Moore.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chair Moore, can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Grills, I can hear you.
I've been on all morning, but for some reason Blue Jeans is not cooperating with my video. And I had put in the chat that I had questions, but I don't know if you ever saw that from this morning's panel.
Oh gosh, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try.
It's been in and out. It's been in and out with me too.
I absolutely hate this platform, but nonetheless,
Yes.
Excuse me, board members, we are broadcasting live out to the public still.
okay. But I am having tremendous difficulty with Blue Jeans. I do have to just say it's not the most user-friendly, or it's not the most useful platform for me. So I'm going to try to join because I tried everything that everyone said. I've logged in, logged out like 4 or 5 times, done my camera on and off, and I just freeze every time it comes on. So I'm going to log off and try to log on my laptop instead of my desktop and see if that makes a difference. But if you don't see me on the video, I am here. So if someone could keep track of the chat, so if I have questions, I can get in, that would be really appreciated.
Yes, thank you for that, Dr. Grills, and I'll make sure to do my due diligence to ensure that doesn't happen again. I also sent you a message via text. I know you said you're gonna try to log on through your laptop, but I sent a link for the Blue Jeans in case that works. I sent the same link to Dr. Brown this morning, so hopefully that works.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Grills, as what happened last time, did you want to still answer your questions just so they can be on record and maybe the panelists can follow up later? I know that's not the most ideal thing, but I wanted to offer that.
Chair Moore, it looks like Dr. Grills dropped off. Oh, here she just came back on.
I'm trying to get video, so I'm going to log back off. That link that you sent, Chair Moore, does not work. It's not fixing the problem.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, this is so frustrating.
Okay. Okay, it's 1 o'clock, so we will get back to convening the formal session of the Reparations Task Force hearing. I will now call on Ms. Johnson, who will then call on Ms. Belton to cue a roll call vote, establish a quorum. Ms. Johnson?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Belton, would you please call the roll and establish whether or not we have a continuing quorum? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Moore and Parliamentarian Johnson. We will now go down the list and ask that the task force members indicate their presence. Chairman Moore?
Present.
Vice Chair Dr. Brown?
Present.
Senator Stephen Bradford? Dr. Cheryl Grills?
Present.
Lisa Holder? Assemblymember Reginald Jones Sawyer? Dr. Javon Scott Lewis?
Present.
Don Tamaki?
Here.
Councilmember Monica Montgomery Stepp.
Here.
Thank you, Chair Moore. There are 9 members of the task force and 6 members are present, with 5 members required for quorum. A quorum has been reestablished.
Thank you. Now that a quorum has been established, we will now turn to our second panel of the day on environmental racism. I would like to remind each witness that their testimony is recorded, live streamed, and will be available to the public. I also like to remind all presenters, if you are not speaking, to mute your mic so that there isn't any feedback when our panelists give their presentations and testimony. Our first expert witness that I would like to introduce is Anthony Rogers Wright. Anthony Rogers Wright is the Director of Environmental Justice at New York Lawyers for the Public Interest Incorporated, a nonprofit civil rights law firm in New York City, New York. And Anthony Rogers Wright will have 15 minutes for his expert testimony. Our next expert witness will be C.N.E. Corbin. Dr. C.N.E. Corbin is an assistant professor at Portland State University and a board member of the Oakland Parks and Recreation Foundation. And lastly, our last expert panelist for the environmental racism panel is Dr. Helen Kang. Helen Kang is a law professor and the director of the Environmental Law and Justice Clinic at Golden Gate University. So again, Anthony Rogers Wright will have 15 minutes to speak. Dr. Corbin will have 15 minutes to speak. Helen Kang will have 10 minutes to speak, and then we will reserve the last 20 minutes for comments and questions from the task force. And again, please mute your mics if you haven't already, so that our expert witnesses can have a non-impeded space for presentation. So now I would like to turn it over to Anthony Rogers Wright, and you may begin your expert testimony when you are ready. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Moore, and good afternoon to everyone. Long before COVID-19, the stolen lands known today as the United States of America were inflicted by a more nefarious outbreak that still infects the nation to this day, a primordial pandemic of white supremacy, driven by the pathology of whiteness that is manifested as colonization, the genocide of people indigenous to these lands, and chattel slavery of people indigenous to the African continent. As Raoul Peck reminds us in his excellent documentary, Exterminate All the Brutes, at the end of the day, it wasn't the dehumanization, the psychological warfare that came with colonization, nor the actual conditions on slave ships that delivered stolen people to concentration camps and southern plantations that should trouble us the most, as much as the willingness to resolve to carry out these acts in the first place should. This attitude of manifest destiny remains today in this nation, and now it's manifesting itself as a quintessential specter, climate change, that threatens the very ability of this planet to sustain life. And we know that the same people primarily impacted by this nation's legacy of unchecked and quiescently mitigated white supremacy are the same people disproportionately impacted by a climate crisis they had little hand in engendering, a crisis exacerbated by the extraction and emission of fossil fuels that render indigenous, Black, brown, poor Asian, and poor white communities into energy sacrifice zones, a process known today as environmental racism. As I will soon demonstrate, white supremacy and climate change operate in a sinister symbiosis. And this reality forms grounds to allocate reparations to descendants of African slaves and retribution for broken treaties with indigenous people and the brutal land theft they continue to experience in the form of colonization by fossil fuel infrastructure, including perilous pipelines like the Dakota Access Pipeline and the Line 3 pipeline in present-day Minnesota. When it comes to white supremacy, colonization, and anti-Black racism in this country, Mark Twain's famous quote, "History does not repeat itself, but it often rhymes," is vindicated on a quotidian basis. My name is Anthony Caripa Rogers Wright. I currently serve as the Director of Environmental Justice with New York Lawyers for Public Interest, a 40-plus-year organization dedicated to the protection of civil and freedom rights in an effort to achieve lived equity for marginalized and historically oppressed communities. My organization combines organizing, policy analysis and development, and our brand of community lawyering to foster transformational and lasting change. I am also the proud son of 2 immigrants from the West African nation of Sierra Leone, an African nation resettled by former slaves, removed, and then restored, which to me is not only the apotheosis of Du Bois's theory of double consciousness, but also the essence of reparations itself, to restore and repair, in part by distributing fair compensation for what is owed. From the outset, I believe it's imperative to arrive at a consensus of what we're talking about when we use the term as charged as reparations. According to the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America, or NCOBRA, reparations is a process of repairing, healing, and restoring a people injured because of their group identity and in violation of their fundamental human rights by governments, corporations, institutions, and families. Those groups that have been injured have the right to obtain from the government, corporation, institution, or family responsible for these injuries that they need to repair and heal themselves. Now, despite the fact that NCOBRA has been in existence since 1987, and despite the fact that former Congressman John Conyers of Michigan introduced H.R. 40, a bill that simply calls for a commission to study reparations every year since 1989 until his death in 2019, too often the polity of this nation has perambulated the issue of reparations with ambiguous innuendos and references. Even white progressives are circumspect when it comes to uttering the phrase reparations. It's literally like the Voldemort of political discourse for far too many white lawmakers and white people as a whole. A toxic form of intransigence that asserts the horrors of slavery as something of the distant past. For instance, earlier this year, when H.R. 40 passed on the national level, led by Representative Sheila Jackson Lee and the U.S. House of Representatives Judiciary Committee, the ranking GOP member, Jim Jordan, a white man, quipped, quote, "Spend $20 million for a commission that's already decided to take money from people who are never involved in the evil of slavery and give it to people who are never subject to the evil of slavery." That's what Democrats on this Judiciary Committee are trying to do. It's this variety of willful intransigence that I imagine informed the great scholar Bell Hooks, who once stated, quote, "Close to white folks, I am forced to witness firsthand their willful ignorance about the impact of race and racism, the harsh absolutism of their denial, their refusal to acknowledge accountability for racist conditions past and present." Powerful words from a powerful woman who has long understood and articulated the root cause of so many of our social calamities and physical cataclysms that plague this country. And even lawmakers like Senator Bernie Sanders, a national progressive leader and the first Jewish man to win a presidential primary in this nation's history, has demonstrated his own willingness to embrace the idea of reparations, or the understanding that first and foremost, it's about an unpaid debt, electing to refer to programs like Congressman James Clyburn's 10-20-30 proposal as an equal and more acceptable alternative to reparations. As such, I believe it's necessary to make this lucid distinction. Reparations are the debt that must be paid for forced labor associated with chattel slavery, including forced fecundity of African women. Targeted investments in Black and Indigenous communities, on the other hand, are the price that comes with unchecked and unmitigated white supremacy that continues to cost these communities so much. So my question to this body and all legislative bodies is this: what is the point of reparations without the extrication of white supremacy? This nation has demonstrated that Black liberation and edification is too often anathema to white people's sanity. So much so that even when freed slaves proved that they could be self-sufficient, could prosper independently, could thrive, white supremacy could not handle it. This is how we got the antipathy that metamorphosized Reconstruction to redemption in Jim Crow. This is why white supremacy manifested the Red Summer of 1919, the destruction of Black Wall Street in Tulsa, and anti-Black legal systems that have attempted to and often successfully lynched and condemned Black people, from the Scottsboro Boys in 1931 to the Central Park now exonerated 5 in 1989 to the lynchings of Breonna Taylor and George Floyd in 2020. The intransigence of white supremacy and anti-Black racism in this country is essentially an interest rate that continues to accrue, and it must be added to any and all forms of reparations. Freed slaves and their descendants are still captives of racist policies that show up in every single system that operates in this nation, which I will point out when I commence my PowerPoints shortly. And a national comeuppance for how ensconced white supremacy resides in these systems has never been seriously exercised. We have to understand that reparations are a currency of truth. They cannot be embraced without verisimilitude, without accepting a pointed observation by James Baldwin, who once wrote, quote, "The truth is that this country does not know what to do with its Black population now that the Blacks are no longer a source of wealth, are no longer to be bought and sold and bred like cattle, and they especially do not know what to do with young Black men who pose as devastating a threat to the economy as they do to the morals of young white cheerleaders. And reparations will never be accepted without accepting the voracious conclusion of the National Association of County and City Health Professionals, who in 2020 stated, "The legacy of violence against Black Americans extends into the history of this country and has cost countless lives. This violence is a public health issue deeply rooted in our nation's legacy of systemic racial, economic, and social oppression and injustice." Therefore, we really cannot begin the discussion about reparations, nor the cogent conversations necessary to avert the worst case scenarios of the climate crisis and environmental racism without getting to the bottom of and eviscerating the myriad lies that form the foundation of this country. According to the great Professor Eddie Glaude Jr., quote, "The lie is more properly several sets of lies with a single purpose." He then continues, "If what I have called the value gap is the idea that in America, white lives have always mattered more than the lives of others, then the lie is a broad and powerful architecture, false assumptions that support the everyday order of American life." Glaude then concludes, "Taken as a whole, then, the lie is the mechanism that allows and has always allowed America to avoid facing the truth about its unjust treatment of Black people and how it deforms the soul of the country." The events of January 6th, where the world witnessed the pubescent volatility of toxic white male masculinity in the form of white supremacist terrorism, seem to render Eddie Glaude Jr.'s words incontrovertible. Because the big lie that led to January 6th is derived from one of the biggest lies ever told, the one that speaks of a nation of stolen lands built largely by the free labor of stolen African people, founded on ideals of mutual freedom, mutual justice, and mutual liberty, when in fact it was actually forged in a cauldron of white supremacy, colonization, and genocide. The truth that's requisite for reparations and Afro-Indigenous liberation cannot be realized while the lies of white supremacy continue to run roughshod. Because it's never been clearer to me that the so-called light on the top of the hill illuminates a nation of stolen lands built by stolen people. And now that light is flickering and on the brink of being extinguished by the strong winds of a climate crisis that's catalyzed by the typhoons of white supremacy. So we have to make a decision right now as we address the climate crisis and environmental racism as a whole. Either we accept the idea that white people are genetically predisposed to success associated with social and economic elasticity, that is, we accept the theory of white supremacy as an inexorable societal law, or we admit and act on the reality that Anglo-conformity and the global white hegemony has been engineered. It's synthetic and filled with additives and preservatives in the form of policy development and implementation specifically designed to benefit white folk at the expense and cost to Indigenous, Black, Brown, and poor Asian folk, and exercise the necessary remedies, including reparations, to set the record straight and operate from a currency of truth. I was asked to speak briefly about housing in the context of reparations and the climate crisis. So let me say that it's interesting to discuss housing at a reparations hearing. Houses are, of course, property, and so was I at one point in this nation's history. And we know that housing is still a modern-day manifestation of Jim Crow and anti-Blackness that contributes to the racial wealth gap as much as anything, while also subjecting Black, Brown, Indigenous, poor white, and poor Asian folk to disproportionate exposure of toxins, pollutants, and other impacts of the climate crisis. We must also consider the issue of Indigenous people, as there is an axiomatic connection to their land and our housing, as well as the fact that Black and Indigenous liberation are inexorably tied together. California's Proposition 13 is a stark example of a program put in place to engineer a white hegemony. It was designed to maintain and increase white wealth, even though it cost the state upwards of $11.5 billion a year, not to mention social costs, including the rising number of houseless people and the prevention of working class people to afford homes that don't force them to live in areas of the state that probably should not be developed, as wildfires and mudslides in California continue to demonstrate. If the state of California is really looking for a funding source to address climate solutions and racial injustice, repealing Prop 13 should be an axiomatic and foregone conclusion. Thank you for the opportunity for these words. I would just like to offer a brief presentation, and we'll share my screen now and then hand it over to the next presenter. Their screen. Then. Great. So being that I only have about 2 minutes left, I'm going to skip ahead and quote my good friend and teacher, Dr. Robert Bullard, who reminds us that low-wealth communities of color are hit first and worst by the impacts of climate change. He goes on to say that environmental and public health threats from natural and human-made disasters are not randomly distributed. Healthy places and healthy people are highly correlated. It should be no surprise that the poorest of the poor within the US have the worst health and live in the most degraded and at-risk environments. Climate change or not, disasters are not just natural phenomena. Disasters are commonly thought of as naturally occurring, earthquakes and hurricanes. However, because they are not thought to be directly caused by humans, but because disasters can be considered social constructs, because they emerge from social and economic situations of everyday life. This is very important when we're talking about this idea of environmental racism in the context of climate change and reparations. We also have this idea of ghettoization, which increases climate vulnerability. There's a myth today that ghettos in the metropolitan area around the country are what even our own Supreme Court calls de facto. Just the accident of the fact that people have not enough income to move into so-called middle-class neighborhoods, or because real estate agents, despite everything that we know about redlining, steered Black and white families to different neighborhoods, or because there was white flight. The truth actually is that the major reason we have ghettos and now gentrification to boot is because federal, state, and local governments purposely created racial boundaries in cities, exacerbated by policies like Prop 13. It was not the unintended effect of benign policies, it was explicit and purposeful, just like environmental racism. So when we talk about the climate change, we have a climate gap, and disproportionate and unequal impacts have on people of color and the poor. And climate change is an issue of great importance for human rights because public health, social fairness, and its profound consequences overall in the very real danger that poor neighborhoods and people of color will suffer the worst harms. And we're seeing that right now. I have a quick 42 seconds, so I definitely want to show this intersection, giving love and props to the great Dr. Kimberly Crenshaw, a fellow Californian, that climate change is a system of oppression formed by the intersection of white supremacy, colonization, and patriarchy. You cannot have one without the other and cannot understand climate change without that. We also have to understand that at the root of environmental racism, and I'm going to skip ahead, is that racism is found in so many of our sectors: legal, political, environmental, military, economic. The only way that we can address the climate crisis efficaciously is with an intersectional lens in order to go after interlinked crises. I'm going to stop there. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I'll look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rogers-Wright, for that incredibly informative expert testimony. And now we would like to turn it to Dr. Siani Corbin. You may begin your testimony when you are ready, and you have 15 minutes.
Thank you for having me. The research I'm presenting today is sort of a love letter to Black Oaklanders who wrestled with internalized racism when institutionalized and structural racism was so pervasive, it was in the air they breathed and the ground that they walked on. My work focuses on the relationship between race, class, housing, and access to green space in Oakland, California from 1937 to 2020. Because of this long historical view, I was able to identify reoccurring patterns in which low-income residents, communities of color, and particularly African-American citizens were habitually excluded from and dispossessed of home ownership, quality housing, and healthy green environments, while also having their housing, neighborhoods, and lives compromised by environmental harms. I've connected these patterns into three distinct eras: 1937 to 1968, when Oakland was a legally segregated city; 1977 to 1999, when Oakland was a chocolate city; and 2005 to 2020, when Oakland adopted an environmental agenda and started to recognize itself as a top green city, and this era is still unfolding. In 1937, the Hulk security grades codified the bifurcation of Oakland into differently valued landscapes. The hills became the location of the most desirable neighborhoods, and the flats were the neighborhoods declining in value and the least desirable neighborhoods. The Hulk indicated which neighborhood environments and residents were worthy of investment and which were not. This distinction between the hills and the flats is still recognized today. Within the Hulk area description documents, the hill neighborhoods are touted as good, inspiring, and/or unsurpassed, with pretty tree-lined streets and good climate. One of these neighborhoods was considered one of the best residential areas in East Bay, with others described as a beautiful sylvan setting among pine and eucalyptus trees. or as a wooded dell with hillside and forest background. These neighborhoods are situated next to the 500-acre Joaquin Miller Park, acquired by the city of Oakland in 1917, and Redwood Regional, an 1,800-acre forest. In 1934, the Regional Park District was created, aided by a federal appropriation of $500,000. When adjusted for inflation, this translates to approximately $10 million in environmental investments today. The Hell housing tracts had high racial restrictions. They enacted race-based restrictive covenants with protective provisions against occupancy by African Americans and Asians. These neighborhoods all benefited from Federal Housing Administration investments, providing low-cost, long-term loans, which was documented to be cheaper than fair ordinary rent. These neighborhoods represent a scarce and coveted commodity and property ownership made possible through government loans and in neighborhood investments, which created access to the surrounding green amenities. The suburbanization process also granted these residents a backyard, privatized green space for personal enjoyment afforded by home ownership. The backyard made these residents less dependent on municipal public parks for their access to green space. This is in direct contrast to the neighborhoods in the Oakland Flats. These neighborhoods are described as within walking distance to local industry for laborers, which was actually recorded as under favorable influences. These neighborhoods reveal the intersection of economic advantages through employment and environmental disadvantages amongst housing options for African American and Asian residents. As early as 1937, these neighborhoods are described as having odors from factories, odors from bay flats, smoke and grime from railroad shops and local industry, as well as consisting of cheap older homes zoned for multiple dwellings with no restrictions in regards to residential racial stipulations, with an infiltration of African American and Asians. It is also noted that city taxes were too high in proportion to income and value of these homes. None of the neighborhoods in the Oakland Flats document any green amenities. By 1942, Oakland had approximately 48 public parks and playgrounds. DeFemery Park and Recreation Center in West Oakland became the sole recreation space for Black U.S. officers to congregate. In addition, African Americans were often denied access to the great outdoors when national parks and regional park systems were legally segregated prior to 1964 Civil Rights Act. The HOC upheld and solidified racially segregated housing practices and created distinct landscapes in differently valued neighborhoods. The Federal Housing Administration, along with other federal, state, and local governments, helped to fund the process, and together they created the necessary conditions needed to disinvest and devalue the neighborhoods in the flats of Oakland, clearing the way through demolition using eminent domain for urban renewal projects of the 1940s and 50s, the creation of the federal highway system, and the Bay Area rapid transit system a decade later. The legacy of the HOC risk grades evaluation system is associated with current neighborhood racial residential patterns, poverty, income inequality, tree canopy, higher ambient temperatures, locations of hazardous waste facilities and Superfund sites, and the lack of green space, parks, and biodiversity. The HOC system captured, contained, and contaminated these communities for generations. In the next era, 1977 to 1999, Oakland's population transitioned from a white majority to an African American plurality due to white flight to neighboring suburban municipalities. During this time, neighborhoods in the flats of Oakland saw a second wave of new parks, most associated with freeway construction. The remaining undeveloped lands from the freeway construction were acquired and used as sites for park creation. While the number of city parks increased dramatically during this period, the total park acreage increased only slightly. Both new and historical parks within these neighborhoods were now situated under or near freeways, exposing these communities to a new set of environmental harms from traffic-related air pollution. According to the Health Effects Institute panel and corroborated with the Mayo Clinic, place the highest pollution levels between 300 and 500 meters from a road, and it advises to avoid these kinds of areas when exercising. In the historically African American district of West Oakland and prior to 1989, all the parks were located within 500 meters of a freeway. with most of the parks being acquired during and after freeway construction and dedicated as municipal parks and our recreation centers. Only due to the Cypress Viaduct freeway collapse in 1989 due to the Loma Prieta earthquake, all the parks except for 3, DeFemery, Wade Johnson, and McClimate's Mini Park, are still in the air pollution exposure zone due to the remaining freeways that encircle West Oakland. This pattern is echoed in the Chinatown downtown district. All 5 parks are within the exposure zone of 1 or more freeways. East Oakland in particular is a park poor area and lacking in overall green spaces. Most of these parks are located within I-880's hazardous air exposure zone. These new municipal parks did not mitigate the green space deficit between the hills and the flats. The predominantly white residents of the Oakland Hills still live in a suburban aesthetic of tree-lined streets, thick with green spaces and nestled amongst the Joaquin Miller Park, described as the urban wildlands, and Redwood Regional Park, said to be peaceful groves. In 1992, while Oakland was a chocolate city, it began to enact its environmental agenda. And in 1996 and 1998, the city of Oakland adopted 2 environmental initiatives, modeled from the 1992 Earth Summit Agenda 21 and 1997 Kyoto Protocol, which brought cities to the forefront and recognized urban areas as essential to creating a healthy environment and committed the state properties to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. What emerged was the concept of the green city, improved quality, an urban area designed to advance sustainable goals, address climate change, improve quality of life, and minimize negative environmental impacts. A crucial part of creating a green city is the production of green spaces, parks, gardens, and urban agriculture. Green spaces absorb CO2 and air pollutants, reduce flooding from stormwater runoff, mitigates urban heat island effect, and can serve as areas for recreation, food production, wildlife habitat formation, and social cultural production and placemaking. The promise of the green city is particularly vital for low-income neighborhoods and communities of color who tend to be the most environmentally compromised and are less likely to live next to or have access to healthy green spaces. There are 2 parts to creating the green city. Part 1 is financial and includes the business practice of investing energy products and services in low-income minority and disabled communities. Part 2 is environmental and involves the creation of large areas of land with a mix of uses that are in some combination of public-private ownership but are managed for public purposes such as recreation, ecological preservation, and maintenance of scenic vistas. Between 1992 and taking effect in 2005, the city of Oakland began to erode the amount of affordable housing and low-income housing stock while simultaneously creating the foundation in which Oakland revisioned itself as a green city. The Hope 6 program contributed to the removal of more than 4,000 low-income housing units in Oakland between 1992 and 2018 by placing public housing into the rental market using a voucher aid program. This coincided with the Great Recession and the subprime mortgage crisis in which California was amongst one of the states hardest hit. African American and Latinx communities in California were disproportionately affected by the crisis because they also had been targeted by subprime predatory lending institutions at twice the rates of whites. During this time, a proliferation of master plans in which green space creation was coupled with luxury housing development. These master plans and specific plans rendered green gentrification and erased African American residents and misrepresented the actual demographic of the neighborhoods they were depicting. Developers and landlords also benefited from millions of dollars in EPA or Environmental Protection Agency brownfield mitigation project grants used to remove high levels of lead contamination in the soil in the flats of Oakland, in predominantly African American neighborhoods, and removing this population through eviction, raising the cost of living, and spurring on gentrification. What is taking place now is not only green gentrification through displacement, but green gentrification through exclusion, in which government funds and tax incentives made these environmentally remediated housing plus park developments possible while economically excluding the populations that need it the most. This is not just in Oakland. This has happened in San Francisco's Hunters Point, in Chicago and their rollout of green roofs, in Birmingham, Alabama with Railroad Park and the New York High Line, and that's just to name a few. In all 3 eras, from 1937 to 2020, African Americans particularly have been habitually excluded from and dispossessed of property ownership, quality housing, and green space amenities while having their housing, neighborhoods, and lives compromised by environmental harms and repeatedly sacrificed, benefiting the municipality and its white residents. and I will conclude it there.
Thank you, Dr. Corbin, for that informative expert testimony. Now I would like to turn it to Helen Kane. Helen Kane, you have 10 minutes and you may proceed with your expert testimony when you are ready. Thank you, Ms. Kane.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Moore and the members of the task force. I direct the Environmental Law and Justice Clinic, a pro bono legal service provider within Golden Gate University School of Law, which was founded on the explicit recognition that race matters when it comes to pollution and green amenities. As the task force has recognized in including environmental racism as a topic of study, it is an important aspect of reparation because environmental degradation that harms Black Americans is but an aspect of systemic racism that has pervaded their lives from womb to grave. My testimony today will focus on Bayview Hunters Point in San Francisco, which I will refer to either as Bayview or Hunters Point, to illustrate the systemic nature of environmental injustice. I'm humbled because Vice Chair Dr. Brown knows the subject better than I. Specifically, I will talk about the de jure segregation of Bayview and the intensification of that segregation, such that Bayview, which is one of the most polluted areas in the nation, was 72% Black in 1970. I will conclude by discussing recent urban developments, which in conjunction with other complex factors are resulting in massive outmigration of Black residents from Bayview, just as the area is being cleaned and greened. I need to now share my screen. And I don't know whether you can see this.
Not yet.
Not yet, okay. I've started it before. Entire screen, okay.
We see your screen.
Is that being shared?
Yes.
Okay, so I will now turn your attention to first how our government intentionally segregated Bayview. As the Great Migration was transforming our nation, San Francisco remade Jim Crow by intentionally creating segregated neighborhoods where few or none existed before. In The Color of Law, Richard Rothstein notes that the segregation in the San Francisco Bay Area is a particularly damning instance of de jure segregation, precisely because of that. This segregation was accomplished through the actions of the US Navy and the city of San Francisco as they created public housing to accommodate wartime workers. This demographic pattern hardened as the Homeowners Loan Corporation redlined Hunters Point and as the Federal Housing Administration and US Department of Veteran Affairs denied African Americans home ownership in most suburbs. Over a 30-year period, the federal government issued $120 billion in home loans, 98% of which went to white Americans. This segregation and concentration of Black residents in Bayview magnified when the Western Addition in the Fillmore area, which also had been redlined because of the presence of Black residents, underwent a devastating transformation. At the time, a thriving cultural center for the city's Black residents and businesses, the Western Addition and Fillmore, along with other urban areas in the rest of the nation considered, quote, slums, were demolished for development funding under the federal 1949 Housing Act, for then the largest redevelopment project on the West Coast. In the process, over 4,700 households and tens of thousands of people were expelled from their homes through eminent domain with little advance notice. Of the 900 businesses that were shuttered, 600 were reportedly Black owned. The displaced were given largely meaningless vouchers to return, largely meaningless because housing largely failed to materialize at the end of the decades-long and, by the way, failed redevelopment process. Most of the displaced had to find homes elsewhere, many of them in Bayview, but in other polluted places outside of the city, such as Antioch, Vallejo, West Oakland, and Stockton. This demographic in Bayview, however, has shifted dramatically since 1970. Residents in this historically Black neighborhood, including those displaced in urban removal, are again facing displacement or are being displaced. A confluence of factors contributes to this displacement, among them the closure of the shipyard in 1994, where many Black residents worked, the subprime lending, as you've heard about, the crisis of the late 2000s, and the predatory lending practices targeting Black residents in Bayview, which resulted in high foreclosure rates. Further intensifying the economic pressure in a city where a family of 4 earning about $117,000 is considered low income, Bayview is noticeably gentrifying. The city of San Francisco is again in the midst of redevelopment, the largest in the city's modern history, envisioning creating a massive mini city within the city in Bayview at what was formerly Candlestick Park and the Naval Shipyard, as well as one of the shuttered power plant sites. When many are living 200% below the federal poverty level, the median value of owner-occupied units in Bayview is nearly $930,000. Home ownership was once high in Bayview for Black residents, but as the area gentrifies, the next generation can no longer afford to live in the houses where their grandparents and parents built their lives and built a community. At the same time, the shuttering of the power plants also opened up green space, and the new developments in the works will dot the area with new parks and bayside trails. Here, 20th century structural racism, redlining, and expulsive rezoning or zoning is meeting 21st century structural racism. As the neighborhood is being cleaned up, the Bayview residents who were historically exposed to pollution and fought against it will not get to enjoy the fruits of their labors. As the area is greening, Black residents are 15% of Bayview, according to some 10%, based on the latest data available. This marks a massive migration down from 72%. To give you a quick sense of the environmental injustice, let's turn to a measure of inequity based on the pollution burdens and socioeconomic factors. And this is a tool developed by the state of California called Cal EnviroScreen. Because the data is based on post-1970 information, it doesn't exactly capture the environmental pollution that Bayview residents experienced when the Black population was at its highest, but it gives you a sense. As you see, Bayview ranks among the most impacted in the state. The census districts or tracts score between 85 or 85th to 95th percentile, which means that the burden in Bayview is higher than 85 to 95% of all the census tracts in California. Here's the detail from Cal EnviroScreen for one of the census tracts in Bayview. Diesel pollution, which the state recognizes as the biggest cause of cancer, is in the 99th percentile. Asthma, which is recognized as contributing to school absenteeism, is at the 98th percentile. In the interest of accuracy, I note that the percentile here, however, isn't for childhood asthma, but childhood asthma is one of the highest in Bayview in the state. On average, Bayview residents live 14 fewer years than the residents in the wealthier Russian Hill neighborhood, according to the city of San Francisco itself. These indices don't surprise the residents at all. They know about the 2 power plants that had operated in the city for decades, the only 2, in fact, in the city. They know about the radioactive contamination at the Naval Shipyard that attests to the nation's nuclear past that still hasn't been cleaned up. Myriad sources of deadly pollution, of deadly particulate matter and diesel that deeply lodge in their lungs. They know about the sewage outflows or overflows and lack of amenities such as access to healthy foods and quality parks and recreation space. In addition to inequities in housing and policing. What Bayview residents know is recognized by public health experts. Where you live determines how long and how well you live. Furthermore, displaced people suffer a range of health harms, including mental health harms and dying younger. Other impacts include loss of culture, sense of place, community, and neighborhood resilience. So here's where we are. As some Bayview residents poignantly describe, the displaced and the soon-to-be displaced have simply served as human filters for pollution, carrying with them body burdens of pollution. In concluding, I want to share with you my observation after decades of fighting alongside communities of color in these struggles against environmental injustice. Just as the wrong done to the displaced of Bayview cannot be redressed with solutions tinkering at the edges of environmental law and policy, addressing the structural racism that undergirds the pollution burdens requires systemic solutions that this task force is about to recommend. And so I thank you.
Thank you, Professor King, for your thought-provoking expert testimony. At this point of time, we have about 15 to 16 minutes for task force members to provide panelists with any questions or comments. Is there any task force members who would like to ask a question or provide a comment regarding the environmental racism panel at this time? If so, just please speak up, given the technicalities with the Blue Jeans feature.
Dr. Brown raised his hand, Madam Chair.
You, Dr. Brown, I don't see you, but you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the task force. And thank you, Dr. Khan, for your comprehensive, forthright, and excellent presentation. For me personally, the pain is that this city has made a whole lot of conversation about being progressive and liberal. But that liberality and that progress has not touched the African American community. We have more billionaires in this city per capita than any major city in these United States of America. And yet, Bayview Hunters Point and the Western Addition have not found the political will here to do anything across this quarter of a century that they had the occasion to be partners with the African American community. I have a lot of members who live in Bayview Hunters Point throughout this city. But as one writer put it, when San Francisco discovered that it didn't need the Negro or the black person, they called Negroes then, to unload the ships and to build the ships and to serve as personnel for the railroad during World War II. What did they do? They brought Justin Herman and Mr. Alioto to come up with that plan about urban renewal, but it was not about renewal. It was about Black removal. But they thought that we were all going to leave San Francisco after the war was over and go back south. So the consequence of today, the only place where we have Blacks living is in public housing in the city and county of San Francisco, basically. There's no middle class here. We were pushed out. We were pushed out. Now it remains to be seen whether or not this state and San Francisco will do anything to bring us back so we can have our fair share. No one else's share, but our fair share of economic activity, a watering hole in that Fillmore. And you have right now in this community vision of opinions about whether or not even the Heritage Building really rightly belongs to Black hands. That spot where the Heritage Building is right now was supposed to have been developed by such excellent, bright, consummate public servants as Willie Brown, Joe Hall, Morris Phillips, Arnold Townsend, and others. But the redlining prevented them from having the opportunity. And other folks who seized the moment came in and have woefully gentrified this Black community. We are down to more like 3.9%. The liberals try to be generous and say it's 5%. But we are a living witness. When you look at our churches, the Black institutions of the Black community, attendance is way down. In the old Fillmore, you don't even have good 4 or 5 Black businesses left there. But you quoted, we had many businesses in the 40s up to the 70s. So thank you for pulling the cover off of San Francisco in your presentation. And not only have they socially and politically pushed us out, but environmentally, they've kept us sick. They kept us in pain.
Thank you, Vice Chair Brown, for that offering. Would any other task force members like to be recognized at this time?
More, I have a question.
Member Tamaki, you are recognized.
Well, I saw Professor Scott Lewis raise his hand, and I will defer to him.
No, go ahead, Don. I'll go after you, please.
Okay. Well, real quick, Professor Corbin and Professor Kang, really appreciate your testimony. Professor Corbin, having been born and raised in Oakland, I totally, and as being as old as I am, I recognize just about everything that you said about the city of Oakland. And Professor Kang, I think in that one, 10-minute segment and your article, you sort of encompass the case for what's happened time and again in other parts of California and the nation. You both raise very much the same issue in that the sense, I think Professor Kang said it, the wrong can't be addressed by tinkering at the edges, so it requires systemic solutions. So with respect to the subject matter that you just testified about, I think the task force members are looking for recommendations from their experts with respect to the subject matter that they talk about. In this case, it would be the cascading consequences of segregation, which in turn led to the community living in the most polluted areas of the country, and then being gentrified out, with the pollution being cleaned up, and then the residents who had put up with that and suffered through it gone. So what if I can ask you both, what do you see is, not tinkering around the edges, but something that the task force should be considering?
I was going to defer to the other professor, but so I think housing is at the heart of the matter, and obviously the cleanup that's progressing incredibly slowly in all the rest of the nation as well as in San Francisco, and recognizing climate change and just transition as a big driver that will protect communities of color as we move away from fossil fuel. And we have to do that very quickly to protect the communities that are going to be harmed the most in climate change. The health harms, I think, must be addressed through monitoring and other help that the people who suffered from environmental pollution need. And I think the asthma clinics and asthma prevention, that is extremely important, because children, as they miss school, become, along with lead pollution that some of the presenters have talked about, really tracks the kids to prisons. And so it's especially important for this task force to make recommendations that are really far-reaching to remediate the harms that have been done to Black Americans through redlining and continuing de jure segregation.
Thank you. I would strongly consider that remediation projects and grants that are coming from the EPA is coupled with not-for-profit housing, or housing in which African American residents can build equity. And so I think there needs to be a type of double movement in which green space creation and housing needs to come together through a very different economic strategy than is currently being laid out, with the understanding, as Dr. Khan said, that we have to also get ready for climate severities that these communities are going to also face. So we're no longer able to uncouple housing and green space creation and mitigation process. They have to come together holistically for the solution that I believe Oaklanders and other communities need.
Member Javon Scott Lewis, you are recognized.
Thank you. And thank you, everybody, for that presentation. Member Tamaki got to the heart of one of my questions, which was really how might we think of some kind of program or remedy, right? The other, and I think it might be really helpful to kind of hear from Corbin and Anthony about this specifically. What are some identifying terms or terminologies, right, that we might be able to use in this space to more accurately and adequately track the specific injuries that we're talking about here? What I've found is that oftentimes, the debates around the environment, the debates around climate, they get really contentious. They can be in many ways, distracting. And oftentimes we lose track of the fact that we take for granted the kind of environmental costs to what we might think of as economic development. And in that process, we lose track of the fact that Black people in this country have always been at the forefront effectively, or at least near the forefront, depending on where we're, drawing the line in the kind of settler project in the United States. But nevertheless, that Black people have been integral to that process and have effectively borne the burden of, right, what we might think of as economic development through environmental change, extraction, what have you. So what I'm trying to get us to think about is how can we actually identify what injuries Black people have faced in the processes that have been laid out today. What kinds of terms can we use?
I'd be happy to try to answer that. And thank you so much for the question, Dr. Scott Lewis. It's a very imperative one. Dr. Kang previously stated just transition, which is not a term to be used lightly. It was forged by, rooted in indigenous wisdom. And this is the product of Black, Brown, and Asian allies, organizations in the Bay Area like the Asian Pacific Environmental Network, who are part of the Climate Justice Alliance, are big proponents of this. So just transition is a term that I think must be at the forefront. Also energy democracy. Your home state has seen what happens with the malfeasance of investor-owned utilities, which have massive and disproportionate impacts on Black communities, as well as other poor communities, and now even white communities, as we saw in Paradise, California. Energy democracy is this idea of decentralizing and ensuring that there's more community control over how energy is created and distributed. I would highly recommend checking out people like amazing Black woman, Elizabeth Fairchild, who really wrote an incredible book on energy democracy and how it's benefiting Black communities in the South as well as on the West Coast. Two more terms I think that are very important are food sovereignty. When we've been displaced from our land, we've also been displaced from the ability to create and grow and distribute our own food. Ironically, Black farmers were amongst the first to really be organic farmers because the white governments wouldn't sell them pesticides so that they wouldn't be as competitive with their crops. So they developed agroecological systems that helped them to defeat pests and actually have higher crop yields. You have an amazing Black woman in the Bay Area named Doria Robinson and her organization Urban Tilth, which is really leading the nation on not just addressing food deserts, but also what whole food systems can look like. It's Black-led and it's absolutely beautiful. And Doria is an absolutely incredible person. And then finally, as what's been alluded to, is that we can't really avoid this climate crisis. Unfortunately, the atmosphere has been too rendered, and we are going to have to absorb many of the shocks that are coming and that we've seen. So we need a form of just recovery, because as has been pointed out by member Tamaki, what has happened is that people have been treated as pollutants, right? They've been pushed out as well, just like other pollutants. And some have called these events shock events. Naomi Klein, of course, the great author, wrote the book Shock Doctrine, which really talks about this idea of disaster capitalism. And if we don't have a just recovery system, people are displaced permanently, and that actually acts as this event horizon for massive and instant gentrification, preventing people from getting their homes back. As I like to say, New Orleans used to be a chocolate city, but it's become a vanilla milkshake with drops of chocolate syrup sinking to the bottom of the cup. So we don't have just recovery systems in place that ensure that Black folk, poor white folk, Asian folk, and brown folk can get back to their communities after these shock events. This system is going to be perpetuated. So in short, just transition, energy democracy, food sovereignty, and just recovery are very salient terms. And I'd be happy to, of course, stay in touch with you and send Chair Moore over these names recommendations.
I guess my addition to that, because that was thoroughly laid out, is climate change hubs and looking at the shorter effects, whether that's heat waves or freezing temperatures, in which communities don't have to be funneled into a large event arena, that they can actually go to possibly their local recreation center for cooling, or that have HVAC systems so they can have clean air. So looking at a system that's in place that could be access to communities really close to their neighborhoods and not completely upending them, because we're going to have the shorter shocks that are going to be just as detrimental as the catastrophes that we've seen in the past. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you for that. I mean, and so I asked that question because it strikes me as really important to note that what you have is a case where African Americans have been used to facilitate these environmental developments, right, in the service of capital development, but are also now facing the brunt of the vulnerability of that development. And so what you have is you have Black folks involved on both ends of this process. Yet, I worry that in a climate generally where people tend to, be at best ambivalent about the environment, right? How do you help qualify the threat, the risk, the vulnerability of Black people within that, right? Within that framework. So these are very helpful terms. Thank you very much.
If I can do one more addition, if possible, I think we really need to think about the two sides of EJ, right?
Mm-hmm.
And understand how they connect to each other. A lot of times we just think about the harms, but we don't think about how people are prevented from these amenities and goods that are also coming out, being reinvented or what have you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Scott Lewis. Are there any last comments or questions from the task force members?
Yes, I have one. Chair Moore, I would like to ask a question. Can you hear me?
Recognized. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So for me, the myriad categories of environmental racism, for me at times is a huge elephant around which I have difficulty putting my arms, but I come to a similar conclusion or question to Dr. Scott Lewis regarding how we can determine the various environmental harms that come from this environmental racism. I mean, I've worked on some environmental justice studies and projects in communities across California. In one Central California town, we found nearly 100% lead exposure for children. That's just unacceptable. Slum housing as an environmental racism issue. In another project I worked in, we found children were losing hearing from roaches crawling in their ears at night. That's a health issue. Diesel fuel from running truck engines in another project I worked on outside the classroom windows of LA public schools, because you leave the trucks there and they have to leave their engines running for some reason. And all of the exhaust fumes going straight into the classrooms of children. And of course, you then see respiratory problems emerging. Toxic dump sites more likely to be in our communities. Fracking, oil drilling, oil refineries near Black neighborhoods, where we now see in certain neighborhoods high rates of breast cancer among Black women. So you probably can't do this now, but I would really love if the witnesses could share at some point or give us counsel on a who and what question. Who are the critical entities the task force should pursue information to substantiate the environmental decisions and harms? EPA, developers, cities, parks and rec, housing authorities, et cetera. And what would be the most revealing data that will allow us to see the intersection of health, environmental racism, educational attainment consequences, et cetera. It feels like we have really just scratched the surface on a huge, huge source of racism impacting the Black community now and in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Grills, for that offering. That's definitely something that we would love to hear more from the panelists on as we, engage and move forward together with this 2-year process. Vice Chair Brown, I believe you. Yes, you are recognized. Member Bradford, you have a question?
I really had a comment, and I don't want to be a Debbie Downer here on this issue because I'm a biology major in college. I believe in the science, but far too often Black folks are being used as the poster child on all that we need to do, but we benefit almost zero from all of these programs. And that's where the real discussion needs to happen, of bringing people of color on these EJ panels, because what we're talking about is not what Black and brown people want in their neighborhoods. It's what whites continue to propose what we need. I said in a hearing last year when the chairman of CARB stated the #1 issue for Black people was a zero emissions car. That's laughable. It's not when they don't even have a place to plug it up. So we need to really have a real discussion about it, because I don't want to contradict what some of the things have been said, but there's not a single refinery, and I have 5 in my district, which is in an African-American neighborhood. They're all in white upper class neighborhoods, city of El Segundo, city of Torrance, down in San Pedro, and only one that's of diverse community is Carson. And so we keep painting this picture that it's poor people buy these refineries. They're not. But we use this as a poster child. So I want these resources to go where it's needed. We keep seeing our proximity to freeways and car emissions is what's causing childhood asthma. No, the study states poor people live in poorly insulated houses and more than likely live with a smoker in the house. And that's the biggest contributor to childhood asthma, not their proximity to a freeway, because if that was the case, all those rich folks who live up to 405 past the 10 freeway in Brentwood and Beverly Hills and Bel Air, they would be suffering from childhood asthma too, but they live in houses that are insulated properly. So we need to insulate homes. And, you know, just as Mrs. Grills was talking about roach infestation, that's what we need to do. It's a housing issue more so than getting rid of gas cars. And those are the things that we have to do. And because, like I say, truth be told, if California fell off the face of the earth today, it would have no impact on greenhouse gases or climate. So let's talk about what people really want to hear in Black and brown people. They want clean water, they want clean soil, they want clean air, but that's not what's keeping them up at night. And the focus is always, I think, on this feel good. Our forests are burning right now in California because we don't manage them anymore. And I want to have real conversations on what the contributing factors are. We do not manage our forests. That's why they're burning 3 and 4 weeks at a time. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for that offering, Member Bradford. So it's 2:08 and we're running out of time.
Madam Chair, real quick. We got one thing. Is many of these public housing units were poorly constructed and have created mildew and mold. That's an environmental factor that's unhealthy. I've gone into these units. And let's face it, during the war period, they threw up these hastily constructed places because they thought we were going to be here for just a little while. But we didn't leave. And consequently, you've had about 2 generations living in unhealthy public housing settings. The next factor is noise. That's an environmental problem. Someone did a study at the University of North Carolina some years ago. All these heavy metal bands and even some of our churches, instead of making a joyful noise to the Lord, it's an awful noise. But bust your eardrum, and it was discovered that people's eardrums were being broken too soon because of noise. And finally, on the matter of the food deserts, we need to advance what is already underway in Bayview with Ted Fang and others. It's an interracial endeavor. The organic gardens that are being established, that we'll be able to get some healthy food, some nutritious food, and at the same time get to know each other, since these communities have become so gentrified. So those are some solutions as a part of reparations. We get more land. For example, you got the old log cabin youth center down there near La Honda. That would be an ideal spot where gardening could be done and produce can be generated to these food deserts.
Chairman Moore, Chairperson Moore, this is Lisa.
You're recognized.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just had a comment to Senator Bradford's comments, and I would also love for the scholars to weigh in if they have a moment. I certainly appreciate the anecdotal evidence that Dr. Grills shared with us, the comments that Senator Bradford just shared with us. But I really think it's important that we don't take an either or perspective when we're talking about environmental racism. I think you have to do both a micro-analysis where you look at the intimate problems with housing, poor housing, poor air quality, etc., and a macro analysis where you're looking at things like climate change and how that's going to increasingly impact aspects of discrimination and racism. I just think it's very important to look at both pathways, to do both a macro analysis and a micro analysis. And we can't continue having a short-term approach. We really have to take a long-term approach with long-term solutions to one of the greatest existential problems that we are dealing with. And Black people need to embrace that as a fact. Climate change is real, and it is going to continue to escalate discrimination and racial segregation and all of those massive macro problems. So I don't want to cut off one pathway. I think we need to look at both issues in terms of solutions.
So would any of the panelists that we have on would like to comment on the last few questions posed by task force members, or would like to just offer any last words before we go to agenda item number 7?
If I may, the task force will hear from public health experts, I believe. And I believe doctors Manuel Pastor and Dr. Rachel Morello-Frosch have done extensive studies on the connection between race and health harms. And I believe that they would be able to answer these questions and comments better than I can. But I am familiar with their work.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rogers-Wright or Dr. Corbin?
I would just say that there is definitely there have been so many studies from Dr. Robert Bullard's Dumping in Dixie, excuse me, to many others that really have linked environmental health ailments, including asthma, cancer, and other cardiovascular diseases, yes, to substandard housing. However, proximity also to some of these polluted facilities. I can't speak to what it's like in California. Yet I do know that there's also air patterns that could have a reason for why maybe someone in Sherman Oaks doesn't experience poor air quality the same way as someone in Boyle Heights. However, we also have to understand that the reduction in emissions, of course, is as Member Holder just said, it's a macro and a micro approach. One of the biggest contributors to emissions in California, of course, is transportation. It's been documented as a smog problem for years, which is why you have a CARB, which is why you've been given exemptions from the EPA to be even more aggressive on your emission standards. So we should be very careful not to be too reductive about this quintessential issue and the impact of fossil fuels, not only on our atmosphere and on our public health, but also on our polity as well. This is a powerful industry that has many lawmakers in their pockets of all races, and we have to be very, very careful because they're just trying to keep a lifeline open and see California as a experimentation ground for what they want to do. California desperately needs increased public transit, increased regenerative agriculture, and I would say increased use of renewable energy. And again, I really appreciate this opportunity.
Yeah, if I can jump in, I agree with everything that has been said. And I think one thing that we cannot do is take one case study, for instance, of a freeway and think that it operates the same way in all neighborhoods. right? Because depending on which car, what traffic is allowed to be there, whether it's Mack trucks or just regular everyday cars, who has electric vehicles, all sorts of things. So making sure that we are not transposing one situation onto another part of California and thinking it's going to even out. So case by case study, thinking about environment, what is actually going on in that area and the community needs in that area, maybe municipality by municipality, and not doing a broad stroke over all of California.
Okay, thank you. And member Monica Montgomery Stepp, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Chair Moore. I want to thank all of the presenters, and I just want to put this question on the record for maybe answers later on, since I know we're out of time. But since investor-owned utilities were brought up in this arena where we are navigating the community choice aggregation and setting up these other systems that provide energy to our community members, somewhat in the early stages, we talk about how old the investor-owned utilities are. I would love to hear from you all at some point down the line how we can incorporate remedies there in that arena as the community-based aggregators kind of are popping up. And I mention it because I serve on the board of one that we just established in San Diego, and see it as an opportunity. So thank you very much again.
Montgomery Stepp. At this time, I would like to thank all of our expert witnesses, Professor Kang, Professor Corbin, and Mr. Anthony Rogers-Wright for your incredibly moving, informative, and thought-provoking testimony. Throughout your each one's testimony, issues surrounding environmental racism, infrastructure, and gentrification seemed like reoccurring themes. And so I would like to take a moment to say that our next hearing, December 8th and 9th, we'll be talking about infrastructure issues of gentrification, public health, and homelessness. So it's very timely. And so thank you for your testimony again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So
Take
now
care.
it is, take care. So now it's 2:18. We're a bit running low on time, but we still are good on time because the next item on our agenda is agenda item number 7, potential action item, community of eligibility. So this conversation is scheduled to run between now and 3:30 p.m. and then we'll have a break at 3:30. And then after the break, we'll get a presentation from Michael Newman from the California DOJ about the task force subpoena power, and then he will also provide some updates from the Department of Justice. So in regards to this agenda item number 7, potential action item, community of eligibility, remember this is actually I wouldn't say a free-flowing conversation, but it's a conversation that many task force members have been wanting to put on the agenda for some time now. And in terms of vision, task force members, this will be a conversation where we're taking a straw poll of sorts, an informal straw poll of sorts, right? Where we are talking about our own worldview, about who we think, based on our own, anecdotal experience, based on our informative experiences in our professional lives and in our personal lives, based on our politics, what have you. It depends on your rationale, but the overarching question that we will be discussing for the greater part of an hour we have allotted is the community of eligibility. Who should be eligible for reparations in the state of California? Again, this is a conversation that many task force members have been wanting to speak to for a while now. Also, members of the public have also, already offered their rationale and reasoning behind the community of eligibility. So in the spirit of transparency, we are having an open dialogue at this time where, task force members will have the opportunity to share their thoughts on the community eligibility for reparations. So again, this will be a dialogue that will be a straw poll of sorts. And so if anyone would like to, begin, that would be great. Vice Chair Brown, how about we start with you? Would you like to begin the conversation?
I would want to go to the scene of the crime on this continent, in this nation, and lay down the facts. Who really can point to the exact instances in which, through governmental policy and practices, there was wrong done? Areas of help, education, criminal justice, restorative justice. If one has done wrong, your offender, and this is where I'm showing my theological and biblical bias, the obligation of the wronged is to go to the person who wronged him or her. That's all we need to do. Nail it down. We're a representative group. We know our communities. And we need to be truth tellers about where the pain was and still is. And make sure that we advance practical, responsible, substantive measures that will represent concrete steps that will bespeak fruits of repentance. Yeah, many people who don't even want to admit, even in this state, that we've been wronged. But after you admit, after you confess, after you apologize, you got to show some change of behavior. And the only way change of behavior is evident is when this state, these cities, put their money where their mouth was speaking. And I think those of us in this nation, African Americans, should be the recipients.
Can you expand on what does African American mean to you, or who are you considered to be African American?
I'm talking about those who can trace their ancestry to that evil, awful period of enslavement.
Okay, thank you. And again, yes, member Holder, you're recognized.
Yeah, just to jump in quickly, and just as a foundational principle, I think it's important to start with AB 3121 and the language in that statute, and even some of the legislative intent and history that accompanies that language, which we did ask the DOJ to submit to us. The language in the statute specifically says reparations for African Americans with special consideration for descendants of chattel slavery. And my understanding is that initially the legislatures had this drafted very specifically with the special consideration language, and then it was broadened to include African Americans generally, with special consideration for descendants of slavery. So in order to realize the legislative intent, I think that we need to start with that language and ground our conversation in that language.
Thank you, Member Holder, for that. And just to piggyback off of that thought, so this conversation about eligibility will be an ongoing conversation that we'll have, for the next 2 years, and we do anticipate bringing people on to talk specifically about this issue of eligibility. And so this conversation has to be, as Member Holder said, grounded in the language of AB 3121. That is absolutely necessary. But also this conversation serves a twofold purpose because, like I said before, this is a conversation where we're taking a straw poll in a sense, where we're getting a feel of, where each task force member is coming from regarding this issue to track it and see if anything changes as the task force business develops. So I also wanted to just clarify why I keep saying this is like a straw poll type of conversation. But to get back to the point that Member Holder just raised, right, she's absolutely correct. And if you see the legislative history that we were all sent, right, we see how in the beginning, AB 3121, the language was specifically for, reparations for descendants of persons enslaved in the United States. So that would be considered, Black Americans who can trace their lineage to people who were enslaved on United States soil. Then, over time, if you see the legislative history documents, the title changed, as Lisa Holder correctly states, so the task force was changed to say, this is the task force to develop and study reparations proposals for African Americans more broadly and generally, with special consideration for persons who are descended of the United States. So, again, like Lisa Holder says, there's a worldview that states that, if we go by the new language, or the language as it exists today, there's different interpretations, right? So there's an interpretation that, that would mean reparations for all African Americans with special consideration for Black Americans who descend from chattel slavery, or, which I think this is something that we could get greater clarity on, maybe from Secretary Weber at a later conversation. But there's been some conversation that language, or the new language, right, reparations for African Americans, relates to descendants of free Black people, with special consideration for descendants of persons enslaved in the United States. So just to, I guess I could say, summarize what I'm saying, with the language as it exists today, there are two interpretations. So one of the interpretations is that reparations would go to all Black people with special consideration for Black Americans who descend from chattel slavery in the United States, or that language was meant to address descendants of free Blacks, which is an interesting interpretation, with the special consideration going to the descendants of folks who were enslaved and were not free prior to 1865. Just putting that out there. Does anyone have any thoughts on that? Or, without building on the thought that I just mentioned, have your own separate thought as to who should be eligible for reparations under the mandate of AB 3121?
Everybody mighty quiet.
I'm struggling with this conversation because I didn't feel like I'm ready for this conversation. I was more comfortable with it coming later on the agenda after we had had the opportunity to get more information about the various forms of harm and how we could understand or interpret what the AB 3121 is actually saying in terms of, yes, there's special consideration for African Americans who are descendants of persons enslaved in the US. That's pretty clear. It's also pretty clear that we're talking about, in part, the period of enslavement, but we're also talking about the period post-enslavement. And so how do I reconcile someone who has lost land post-enslavement, but their family members weren't enslaved? They came after that because the various machinations of racial oppression didn't go away, they just mutated and morphed. And so when you entered into this country, is almost like it doesn't do service to the complexity of what we're dealing with. I also scratch my head, and so I was hoping to have the time and benefit of more information from our expert witnesses, but I scratch my head when I think about how we operationalize this notion about, if you can trace your family ancestry to enslaved Africans, what does that mean, for example, for our scores of Black children in the child welfare system who probably can't trace anything back more than a generation? Do they get left out? Do they get included? How do we determine that? And many Black, there are a lot of Black families that can trace many generations back, but there's also a whole lot that cannot. And so what do we do with them? So there's just, to me, this is it's an extremely, for some people, it's a simple conversation. My brain doesn't see it that way. My brain sees this as fairly complicated and with more questions for me than a clear demarcating line of this is who is eligible and this is how we determine it, and this is who is not eligible, and this is how we come to that conclusion. So I'm silent, or I was silent, because I felt like I was not ready to have this conversation. And I know that some people say that, we've got enough information. We just need to, make some decisions and move forward. And I don't agree with that. I don't feel like I know enough, even though this has been my life's work trying to understand this. So that's my position.
If I can jump in with something directly responsive, Dr. Girls. I totally appreciate your concerns about the timing. I think it's, as Chair Moore said, this is an iterative process. I don't think this is the one time we're going to be discussing eligibility, but I think it is a central issue. And I think based on public comments over the last few sessions, it's an issue that the public wants us to start talking about. And it's a foundational issue that we should really start grappling with, and we should continue grappling with as we get more information. And I think our ideas about this will evolve as we keep getting more information from the scholars. So I think it is an ongoing item for the agenda, but it's something that we should be processing and discussing very transparently in every chance that we get. And the other thing that I want to say, just generally about my perspective on this, it's true, Dr. Grills, the more you know, the less you know. And the more you know about the harm to Black people, you just feel like, okay, where do I go from here? But there's also, and just an intrinsic understanding based on my lived experience, based on the fact that I had 4 Black brothers who caught hell, growing up in Brooklyn, constantly being criminalized, even though they are pillars of the community now. Just as a Black person who is phenotypically Black with Black skin, regardless of whether you have a Nigerian accent, the cops don't wait and listen to hear if you have a Nigerian accent before they shoot you. They see your Black skin and they are triggered by our Black skin. Okay, so fundamentally, I feel like as a Black person in America, you catch hell regardless of when your parents came over here, whether they were here on the first slave ship or whether they were sent to Haiti and then they came here, they got dragged here after the Haitian Revolution when, white owners brought some of their Haitian slaves to Louisiana. So, so the point is, I think just generally, the community involves people who are phenotypically Black. If you have Black skin, you're catching hell and you deserve some kind of reparations. And we can start from there. I think it is untenable to have a community that can literally trace their ancestry, because 98% of us cannot do that. Because that has been, has not been made available to us for hundreds of years. All forces, the government, private forces, have conspired to make sure that we could not trace our family history. So we can't have a premise where you have to be able to trace your history directly to an enslaved person in order to receive reparations, right? That is untenable. That's sort of my position on this notion that you have to be able to trace your family history to a direct descendant. I think we start with the touchstone that if you are Black, you're catching hell, and then we refine it from there.
Okay, thank you, Member Holder. Would any other task force member like to build upon a previous point made, or like to add a new thought surrounding this topic?
President Jones Sawyer has his hand up, Madam Chair.
Okay, Member Reggie Jones Sawyer, you are recognized. Thank you.
As someone other than the Senator Bradford, who actually worked with the author to actually put this legislation in, as someone who actually had a discussion with the author and what the author's intent was with the language. But more important, there's only 2 people on this call that actually voted for this bill. This is what I understood the author's intent, and this is what I voted for. The author's intent, and that's Dr. Shirley Weber, it's exactly as it's written, to look at all harm done to African Americans with special consideration to descendants of slaves. She believed that if you came here in the 1980s and 1990s and you were of an ancestry where you had privilege and you came here and you got an education because your family could afford it, because you're of nobility or royalty, you should not be considered for reparations, even though you're from the motherland. And so she wanted to make sure we recognize that there's not only the moral harm that have come to African Americans who were slaves, but the mental devastation that being a slave had, that has continued with us for centuries, that has kept us back, and it kept us being able to progress. And we need to take that into consideration when we started looking at this. I find this is a very, very fascinating discussion, in that we should lay the groundwork on what I think someone said, pillars, or what different aspects we should look at this. so that we define something that is not ultimately subject to lawsuits or somebody discriminating, because we're actually talking about African Americans segregating amongst ourselves. And it may be something that we should do, but we should take it very seriously, as some on this call have said, that we need to really look at it. And even if you came here to this country, if you're Haitian, or if you came here from this country back in the early 1900s, where you were a free African American and got here, you still experienced Jim Crow. You still experienced segregation, discrimination on and housing, employment, jobs, and voting. So you know what those years, almost a century of that, what it's like. While descendants of slaves know what 400 years of that is like. And there is a difference. And we should look at each of those separately, just like, I don't want to use the word exclude, but we should make sure that we do not, I don't even want to use the word reward, but we need to take special consideration that people who have not been adversely affected by any of the things I named, Jim Crow, segregation, all of that, have not been adversely impacted in any way, shape, or form, probably should be in a separate category and maybe excluded from this. And I believe that's what the intent was, to make sure those, and I think everyone has said, and I think we're in unison, those that were harmed, and then we can figure out the extent of that harm. We make sure that we figure out what that, and we use the word eligibility, that may be, but we may even segment it into how much reparations you get by how much harm it's been to you. So we should have that discussion, and we should bring in experts to kind of help us, develop eligibility so that we have the most informed decision. Because this may be something that will be a cornerstone ultimately of what we do. And so I agree with many on here that not only do we study it, but we make this maybe one of our priorities to study, in addition to making sure that people outside of us understand the harm that slavery has done to our people over the centuries, so that when we go to the legislature, we can not only ensure that everyone's on board with it, but we also make sure that when we make the statement about how it's distributed, it is a cogent argument that everyone is comfortable with, especially with the committee members. If we can't get comfort with it, then it becomes a problem.
Thank you, Member Jones Sawyer, for that offering. It was very informative. Would anyone like to, pose a question to Member Jones Sawyer, or react to some of the things that he said, or would like to offer an independent thought?
Senator has his hand up again.
Oh, Senator Bradford, you are recognized. Sorry, I didn't see you.
Thank you. I would just kind of echo what Mr. Jones Sawyer stated, as an individual who also had discussion with Dr. Weber as this legislation made its way through both houses. Our clear intent was those direct descendants of slavery, and then a subgroup of the lingering effects from slavery for African Americans who, even though they might have been a free person, suffered, as Mr. Jones Sawyer says, the effects of Jim Crow, segregation, all those horrible acts in many ways that are still happening today in America. But if we can prioritize or categorize that, I think that's where the priority starts. Those who can clearly trace their lineage to someone who was enslaved into chattel slavery here in this country. And I think it creates a good starting point for us to build out from there and recognize those folks who might even arrive to this country after 1900 they too felt the impacts, like I say, of Jim Crow, segregation, Reconstruction, and determine the level of harm that they experienced.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Brown, you are recognized.
there's a matter of information. The recent documents of Freedmen's Bureau, those documents have given more concrete evidence. So that's something that maybe would help us in our thinking. And then I can be a personal witness. And I didn't discover this until it came from other sectors of society, from another racial group. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints did an ancestry search on me and documented, going back 5 generations, have all the evidence and the documents, the papers. My great-great-grandfather, Patrick Brown, was enslaved in Franklin County, Mississippi in 1827. And even where in 1880, as an adult, he purchased 150 acres of land and paid $700 for it, and every receipt was in place. And on my mother's side, Rafe Robinson voted, he and his brother William Robinson voted in every election from 1870 to 1890 until, the Ku Klux Klan got on the ride to suppress the black vote. In Mississippi, where there were more lynchings per capita there than any state in this United States, to be exact, according to a document from 1882, about 1938, there were 581 lynchings. So I patiently share this. If we seek, we can find enough evidence with this kind of data being available through Freedmen's Bureau.
Thank you, Vice Chair Brown, for reminding us about Freedmen's Bureau and their records, new records that have just been accessible to the public, I think just this past month or so. Thank you for that. Member Javon Scott Lewis, did you have your hand raised? Yes, you're recognized.
I did. Thank you. Members Bradford and John Sawyer, thank you very much for that background and the kind of personal testimony of how some of the thinking developed in your personal experience with Dr. Weber. So is it right then that both of you are suggesting that we should, kind of in a way of what Dr. Amos Brown mentioned, like return to the scene of the crime, by which I mean look at the various points of injury and then think about eligibility in relationship to those various injuries? Is that a correct interpretation of what you were suggesting Dr. Weber was thinking?
Yes, I think Dr. Weber was saying that there's a difference in injury where you've had 400 years of harm,
right,
versus 1 century of harm,
mm-hmm.
versus 1 year, 1
Sure.
month,
mm-hmm.
1 day, 1 hour. I think what she's also saying that there's harm to Black folk because of chattel slavery on that doesn't go away because Lincoln freed the slaves. That, as we all can attest to, that did not happen. So she wanted to make sure that we do that. And so the only other thing I would add, based on Dr. Amos's suggestion, as we delve deeper into this, especially we're going to try to define eligibility. And if we do come up with some parameters of what that is, we also may need to come up with a budget and who decides who's eligible and not, to even be able to set that up. We don't have to set that up now, but to be thinking about what is that mechanism? Is it going through exhaustive records? Is it going to the Mormons? Is it going through that we have a system that makes sense? You know, where Native Americans for different tribes have different percentages of bloodline that you have to be a member of that tribe. We wouldn't have that. So we'd have to figure out how to date back to what makes you not only what the harm is. Actually, we're talking about what is the harm, and then kind of parceling out what level of harm did it have an impact on you as an African American in this country under racism, slavery, and all of that. So it may be a time, and again, it doesn't have to be that, it could be anything. It may be a question of time of when your family or when you were harmed and going backwards and what type of harm, but how extensive of the PhDs on here will tell you doing extensive research is more than a notion, and to have accurate research costs money. And if we want to do this right, to ensure that individuals who should be get reparations, the ones that actually, Dr. Weber's whole thing was making sure that people actually got reparations, that they got the appropriate amount that made sense, that was right, and then making sure we didn't waste money on individuals who probably shouldn't get it. So that's kind of the three principles I think she was looking at. And the reason I put it in a chronological context, because that may help us at the beginning to decide our deliberations.
Thank you for that. And so I was one of the individuals who wanted to have this discussion sooner rather than later, because, in my thinking, precision early on is always best, right? And so we tend to think about Blackness as this kind of, either this very monolithic category or something that is kind of, just open. And so my worry was that if we weren't clear from the beginning about which communities we were thinking of, we might actually begin to gather evidence about a series of injuries, of harms, right? That were actually more inclusive, right? And so then what you would have to do then is you'd be trying to, untangle this harm in this kind of retrospective manner. So if we're thinking about, AB 3121 is very clear, right? Talking about people who qualify, who have a history of descent in American slavery, right? Whose people would have qualified, as citizens 1868 onwards. So some things are really clear, right? The problem is that we need to have that clarity working throughout all of the kinds of testimonies that we receive, all of the kinds of questions that we're asking people to come and be witness to. Because there does come a point when we're talking about Jim Crow, right, for example, as one particular point where, right, the lines get somewhat blurred, right? We're talking about the early 1900s, when you have waves of immigrants from all over, the West, the Caribbean, Latin America, to some extent Africa as well, who come in and do a variety of things. And so, I just want us to make sure, or I wanted us to make sure, that we were very clear about who, we were talking about and what kinds of injuries we were tracing. So I have a question about the other end of this that kind of came up in a public comment a couple of times, and one of the public commenters today mentioned how I'd gone to an event in Oakland a couple of weeks ago, and in that event, one of the community members talked about what was the cutoff point, right? So we're having a lot of conversation about origin points, right? Like, okay, you have to be the descendant of an enslaved, person in this country. But because this is all understood as being, mediated through the state of California, at what point is there a residency cutoff, right? So the young man in the meeting said, well, you have to either been born with, a state of California stamp on your birth certificate, or maybe you have to be here for 5 years. So I'm looking for clarity in terms of actually understanding the full scope of eligibility, right? I can see that there is some consensus around the starting point, but what is the ending point? Say you qualify, right? Because your people were your ancestors were enslaved in Louisiana, right? And what have you, or wherever, right? Alabama. But what point do you have to arrive in the state of California, or is there any clarity, or was there any thinking about at what point, or was it just simply you got your driver's license for the state of California and you qualify? I would love to have clarification on that end of the thing as well.
And if you look at the language, and we try in the legislature to be as specific as possible. And if you notice, it said special consideration, not exclusively. And if you know anything about the legislature, we fight over words like may and shall.
That was my suspicion.
Oh my God, like you would believe, like it was the Holy Bible, the Testament. And it's not until occasions like this that it becomes clear to me why may and shall is a huge difference. And depending on how you interpret it, I can only, the good thing is obviously we could have the author come and explain exactly. I mean, we have a great opportunity to have the author explain what her intent. Yes. I'm just telling you what my interpretation was, what she wanted. Senator Bradford is telling what his interpretation of what it was, and what we voted on. We have the luxury of bringing her back at another time to kind of explain what her wishes are. And I think we should give her, the author, almost exclusive rights to tell us what vision she had, and we should then take that advice and move forward, because it is her bill. It is her wish. She fought. You have no idea how hard Dr. Weber fought for this. I mean, every word in this legislation, she bled over, and people were trying to stop her. So if anybody in the state, on this planet, that can guide us on how we should do this, is Dr. Shirley Weber, Secretary of State now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Scott Lewis and Member Reggie Jones Sawyer. I also wanted to add some more information or value to the discussion. As a student of the reparations space, I try to do my due diligence to see what the conversations are from all angles and aspects of the reparations space. So, for example, Professor William A. Darity Jr. and A. Kirsten Mullen, they both wrote a book called From Here to Equality, Reparations for Black Americans in the 21st Century. In their book, they have eligibility requirements for reparations on the federal level, right? They're champions of reparations primarily on the federal level. And in their book, they highlight who they think should be eligible for reparations on the federal level. And I'm just bringing this up just for information gathering, not to say that I agree or disagree. But one of the requirements is that in order to be eligible for reparations on the federal level, you have to trace an ancestor back to chattel slavery in these United States, and then classify or self-identify as Black, Negro, or African American on the US Census for 10 to 12 years prior to a reparations program going into effect. So that's William A. Darity and A. Kirsten Mullen's worldview as to who should be eligible for reparations on the federal level. But then we also heard from Cam Howard, right, in his conversation, who talked about a harms-based model, and that kind of gets to what we were talking about before. In his conceptualization of a harm-based model, he, if I can remember correctly, divided it into 3 categories: slavery, post-Reconstruction, and then post-mass incarceration. And his argument, you know, that would be the most comprehensive way to decide who should receive reparations or not. Again, I'm not, you know, voting for either or. You know, I'm just kind of doing my due diligence as chairperson, and just as a person who studies the space, kind of the ideas that are floating around. Again, you know, this might sound controversial, but this is something that William A. Darity says a lot in his work around eligibility. You know, this, again, this might sound controversial, but he says, you know, if you voluntarily immigrate to a racist country, why should you be eligible for reparations for the harms based on the country you voluntarily migrated to? Again, that sounds very harsh, but that is something that, you know, he elaborates on in his book, From Here to Equality. But at the same time, I do want to, you know, highlight and say I understand the perspective of Member Holder and Member Grills, right? We do have cases and instances of Black immigrants, you know, who have been victims of police brutality, right? You have Amadou Diallo in New York. There's different names, right? And so, you know, again, I'm just doing my due diligence in terms of, you know, highlighting all the different ideas that are coming around in the reparations space. But also, I agree with Member Jones Sawyer and Senator Bradford in that, you know, we have a unique opportunity to, you know, listen to and adhere to the intent of Secretary Weber, who authored the bill. Member Tamaki, you are recognized.
Oh, thank you. I mean, I have to say, as the only non-Black member of the task force, I kind of like, far be it for me to determine eligibility. I'm looking at all your faces, and you've spent a lifetime wrestling with this issue and all its ramifications. And not only, you know, as to yourselves, but, you know, your families and your ancestors. It's deeply, deeply personal. So I tread lightly, understanding that. Without indicating, you know, where I stand, because I do feel similar to Dr. Grills, I'd like to hear more. It almost sounds, as explained by Assemblyman Jones Sawyer, that the 2 avenues are not necessarily mutually exclusive. And that is to say that you start with a harms-based review, and you make a comparison of 400 years of slavery versus 100 years of Jim Crow versus X number of years of redlining and so on, and you try to right-size the remedy to the harm. And I would be curious to know if any of the task force members disagrees that it is binary and either one or the other, or rather seeing racism as a continuum, which begins with transatlantic slave trade and morphs into all of its, you know, horrific permutations that can be individually recognized and remedied. I do sympathize or empathize with what Dr. Grill says for those who can't trace their ancestry back for a variety of reasons. I mean, where do we stand on that? I read From Here to Equality, and brilliant book. But at the end, I sort of wrestled with those, you know, concepts of how do you do this? The other piece of it, I would say, and again, this is neither here nor there, this is just for consumption. Whatever the task force decides is going to resonate not only in California, but nationally. The press is going to pay attention to this. The report is going to have the imprimatur of the state of California. And like so many things that begin in California, it influences the rest of the country. So it's very, very important that we bring the public along with this. And I'm totally in agreement with Lisa Holder that this has got to be communicated out. And my understanding is we're in the process of finding a communications consultant to help to do this. I totally agree about getting more witnesses, expert witnesses on this. I think that's would be great help to the public. And then we have 12 listening sessions that have been organized or in the process of being organized by Dr. Grills, with UCLA being the convener, and perhaps some of the other institutions involved like Berkeley and others involved. I mean, that's a great opportunity to hear from the public, both individuals, organizations, and cities and local governments, on this issue, to help us basically figure out, how you identify the harms and then remedy them. But I guess my threshold question here is, it sounds like both views can be accommodated, or is that a naive observation on my point? That you can both recognize the terrible harm of 250 years of slavery, but you could also recognize Black Africans who immigrated here during Jim Crow or during redlining or in however else. And final point, whatever the lens we use, I'm just wrestling and trying to figure out how that lens is applied to the other things that we've heard, whether it's segregation or whether it's terrible health outcomes because of discrimination and disparate levels of care, whether it involves political disenfranchisement that we've read about in the outlines, how that is impacted. And in other words, if we focus on one degree of harm and say Americans descendants of slavery, how then does that lens impact the other harms that we're talking about and how you remedy those? So I don't have any answers. I'm very anxious to hear, what other members say. So I'll stop here. Thank you. If that makes sense.
This is Member Holder again. Just wanted to jump in. I got cut off for a few minutes because of some technical difficulties, so I hope I'm not reiterating what someone has already said. I think it's important that our discussion is informed by, the scholarship, the thought leaders on these issues, and I think one realm that we should be looking to is the legal realm, and looking at things like mass tort cases, where, you have to create a framework for repairing massive communities who have been impacted by some sort of harm, but you have to do it in a way that's stratified because some people experienced greater harm than others, right? So if you're dealing with like a blast, like something blew up, if you live closer to the blast, obviously you lose your house, you might lose a family member. Your harm is much greater than someone who lives miles and miles away from the blast. And so that's how litigators deal with mass tort situations, and and that's how they develop a framework for compensating people for the level of harm that they experience. So I do think it would be helpful to look at those types of frameworks, have witnesses who deal with those types of situations come in and talk to us about developing a stratified framework like that, just as something to explore. There are attorneys who, for instance, deal with issues of racial justice and they look at the harms of racism as a mass tort, or as a a nuisance type harm. And they come up with these types of schematics for figuring out how to allocate harm and how to allocate damages. So I think it would be worth having people who work in the field, practitioners, come in and give their opinion on that to this task force.
Yes, Member Monica Montgomery Stepp, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just want to quickly chime in because I am too just taking it all in, but of course using the premise of what we're doing is the, as AB 3121. And I think the intent is strong with regard to special consideration for African Americans who are descendants of persons who have been enslaved, and also just appreciate members Joan Sawyer and Bradford for that kind of more of a behind the scenes play by play as to what went on with regard to this bill being passed and what the what you both were signing on to, or what you felt you were signing on to. I do know Dr. Weber, and I know, from her, professor days, and this has always been a focus for her. And so I can kind of glean that from that personal experience with her. But I do think it's definitely worth the conversation, and probably worth putting in the proposal kind of these different periods of time and what the impact of slavery and the use of the Black body as a commodity, and just how that has impacted folks who, all of us, and then Black people who came here from their countries. So I just want to add that to the conversation because this is a sort of a straw poll. That is where I stand. Would love to hear more from Dr. Weber and from other experts about how we put together a proposal that is sound around these issues. I don't like the either or. I want to explore the and behind this, but with the premise, of course, of descendants of slaves. So I think that's all I have for now, but just wanted to add that.
Thank you, Member Montgomery Stepp. I would just like to take a brief moment to complete a thought that I had. And so, I referenced Black immigrants who have been victims of police brutality, which is something that we should definitely acknowledge. But at the same time, this is conversations that I've had, throughout the reparations space. Like, as we have to be careful not to conflate the entirety of the Black American experience with police brutality, right? Like, our 400-year history, on this side of the world is so much more expansive than instances of police brutality, which should absolutely be addressed, right? But I kind of want to just get away from the notion that, that experience defines the Black American experience. There's so much other things and variables that define the Black American experience specifically. And I think someone brought up in public comment earlier today, actually, the Color of Wealth report, which was actually written by William Darity and some other scholars from UCLA. And so they, did a disaggregated a data collection gathering of sorts around wealth, right? What does the color of wealth look like in some of these major cities like Los Angeles and Boston and Miami? And in the city that I'm from, Los Angeles, they found that US Blacks, or Black Americans who descend from chattel slavery, have a median wealth of $3,500. Japanese families have a median wealth of $592,000. Asian Indian families have a median wealth of $460,000. African Blacks have a median wealth of $72,000. Koreans, $23,000. Vietnamese, $61,000. Filipinos, $243,000. And so you just let's juxtapose the wealth differential between US Blacks in Los Angeles and African Blacks in Los Angeles, for example. US Blacks, again, have a median wealth of $3,500 to $4,000 compared to African Blacks who have a median wealth of $72,000. And so, you know, that's a stark differential. And I think that's part and parcel as to why there needs to be, or why the bill was written the way it's written, to make sure that we are accounting for that particular group, Black Americans who descend from chattel slavery in the United States. We have about 10 more minutes left in this discussion. Again, this is just, you know, a free-flowing conversation where we're taking a straw poll of sorts, seeing task force members, you know, perspective and worldview on this particular issue, with the notion and understanding that our perspectives and attitudes may evolve over time as we bring in more experts and people to provide personal testimony. And as Member Tamaki said, we have a series of listening sessions coming up soon. And so those sessions would be absolutely essential for getting more community input on this very critical topic. So at this time, would any other members of the task force like to provide any last questions or comments on this topic?
Before we lose the opportunity, as we've all expressed, this is an iterative process. It's ongoing. It's going to evolve. Is there some sort of action item that we need to put in place to make sure that we can continue to have this conversation, to continue to have witnesses inform and help us outline this conversation, to ensure that we can get Dr. Weber and some other folks that might be very insightful into the conversation? Is there some action item that needs to happen?
That's a great question, Member Holder. So tomorrow, oh wait, I see the gray symbol. Is this the staff member that wants to speak, or is someone inadvertently muted? If not, I'll just proceed to answer the question. So tomorrow, at 3 to 4, we are going to discuss agenda items for the December hearing, discuss some of the key items that we would like to discuss in December. So in the event that we want to continue this conversation in December, we can reserve any potential action items related to community of eligibility tomorrow at that reserved time. If we want to have this conversation at a future hearing, we can make a motion about that too today. But I just wanted to highlight that tomorrow at 3 to 4 p.m., that's when we're going to be talking about some of the key or major items that should be included in the December hearing. But also I wanted to flag, if people wanted to create a motion or form a motion as a preliminary motion as to who we regard to be a part of the community of eligibility, we can, but personally that might be a little premature. But that is something that we can do now, just to put on the record. It's just an idea, not something that we have to do at all. The whole point was just to start the conversation. And we can put it on the agenda in the future. Like I said, tomorrow at 3 to 4, or any public hearing, we can make a motion. We want to have this on the agenda moving forward.
Madam Chair, shouldn't we not have an official position on inviting our Secretary of State? Is that the common consensus?
Sounds like it could be. So at this time, would anyone, any task force member like to entertain a motion regarding the experts that we should bring into this conversation?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
I don't know who's speaking. Is that Parliamentary Johnson?
It is, yes. I just wanted to tell you that this Dr. Scott Lewis had his hand up before, so he may want to contribute to it before a motion is made.
Thank you for that. Member Scott Lewis, you are recognized.
Sorry, that was from before, I think. Or maybe it was an accidental gesture.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay. So would anyone like to entertain a motion regarding this agenda item?
Madam Chair, I move that we would agendize a time appropriate for our Secretary of State, welcome to come and address the body.
Second.
It has been properly moved and seconded that we invite Dr. or Secretary Weber, the task force, when appropriate, to come back and discuss her intent regarding the community of eligibility. Is there any discussion on this matter? Hearing no further discussion, I will now turn to Parliamentarian Johnson, who will turn to Ms. Belton so that a roll call vote may be established. Parliamentarian Johnson?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Belton, would you please call the roll for the vote?
Thank you, Chair Moore and Parliamentarian Johnson. We will now vote in order by task force member. Chair Moore, your vote, please.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Dr. Brown?
Aye.
Vice Chair Dr. Brown votes aye. Senator Stephen Bradford?
Aye.
Senator Stephen Bradford votes aye. Dr. Cheryl Grills?
Aye.
Dr. Cheryl Grills votes aye. Lisa Holder?
Aye.
Lisa Holder votes aye. Assemblymember Reginald Jones Sawyer?
Aye.
Assemblymember Reginald Jones Sawyer votes aye. Dr. Javon Scott Lewis?
Aye.
Dr. Javon Scott Lewis votes aye. Don Tamaki?
Aye.
Don Tamaki votes aye. Councilmember Monica Montgomery Stepp?
Aye.
Councilmember Monica Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Madam Chair, on the motion, there are 9 members present and voting and 9 aye votes.
Thank you, Ms. Belton. The vote was 9 ayes and 0 nays. The ayes have it and the motion carries. Thank you all to the task force members for engaging in this discussion around community of eligibility. And I'm sure I can speak on behalf of the public to say we're looking forward to continuing these conversations and developing what the community of eligibility will look like. Now, I would like to turn to agenda item number 8, which is the break. So, yes, the break. So we're about 5 minutes early, which is great. So we'll convene back at 3:45. So we have a 20-minute break as opposed to a 15-minute break. And then we will come back at 3:45 for a presentation from Michael Newman regarding the subpoena power of the task force, and then Department of Justice updates, and then the meeting will conclude for the day. We'll be in recess for the day. So come back at 3:45. Thank you. 3:45. We will now turn to agenda item number 9, potential action item, subpoena power of the task force. But before we do so, I'd like to turn it to Parliamentarian Johnson, who will then cue Ms. Belton so that a quorum can be reestablished. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Belton, can you please call the roll to establish a quorum?
Thank you, Chair Moore and Parliamentarian Johnson. We will go in order by the members of the task force and ask that each member indicate their presence. Chair Moore.
Present.
Vice Chair Dr. Brown.
Present.
Senator Stephen Bradford. Dr. Cheryl Groves.
Present.
Lisa Holder.
Present.
Councilmember Reginald Jones Sawyer. Dr. Javon Scott Lewis.
Present.
Ron Tamaki.
Present.
Councilmember Monica Montgomery Stepp.
Present.
Chair Moore, there are 9 members of the task force and 5 members are needed for quorum. There are currently 7 members of the task force present. A quorum has been reestablished.
Thank you very much, Ms. Belton. Now we will turn to agenda item number 9, potential action item, subpoena power of the task force. This agenda item will run between 3:45 p.m. and 4:15 p.m. I would now like to recognize Michael Newman and remind members of the task force that we received a copy of the upcoming presentation in our meeting materials. Michael Newman, you have the floor and may begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Moore, Vice Chair Dr. Brown, and the members. I think that the presentation is supposed to be shared. Trini, or there we go. So thank you very much for allowing me to present on this very important point. My name is Michael Newman. I'm the head of the Civil Rights Enforcement Section, which provides support to the task force in carrying out, especially its legal, in addressing its legal needs. This presentation is going to be in regard to the task force's power to issue and enforce subpoenas. Can I have the next slide, please? So the task force has the authority to obtain information in a number of different ways, as delineated in Government Code Section 8301.3, which is the task force's statute, which is AB 3121. There are a number of different types of information the task force can obtain. It's empowered to request the attendance and testimony of witnesses, to request the production of books, records, correspondence, memoranda, papers, and documents. And it's also empowered to acquire directly from the head of any state agency available information useful to the task force's purpose. Can I have the next slide, please? The task force has an implied power to subpoena. This is because although Government Code Section 8301.3 does not include an explicit authorization to obtain information via subpoena, it does implicitly authorize subpoenas because it sets forth the task force's ability to seek an order from a superior court compelling testimony or compliance with a subpoena. Therefore, though not explicit in the statute, the clear language authorizing the task force to compel compliance through a subpoena strongly implies the power to issue subpoenas in the first place. So what can the task force subpoena? The task force can subpoena witness attendance and testimony, though the location must be reasonable to avoid witnesses having to travel too far. It can obtain documents as specified, books, records, correspondence, memoranda, papers, and other documents. But it's important to note that this likely only applies to entities in California who conduct activity in California or whose activity affects California residents. So what does it mean to issue a subpoena? A subpoena is a legal document which must be served on the recipient. The subpoena must provide a reasonable period for the person subpoenaed to respond, which is called due notice. And the demand for information contained in the subpoena must be sufficiently definite for the person subpoenaed to understand exactly what is expected of them in response. So therefore, the subpoena should clearly state what the task force is requesting, and the subpoena should have a defined time period for the information sought in the subpoena. What does it mean then to compel compliance, which is this next step explicitly stated in the statute? If an entity or person who is issued a subpoena refuses to provide the information sought by the subpoena, attorneys for the task force would have to file a petition to initiate a legal proceeding to enforce compliance. When the court makes a decision in the case, the court will ultimately determine what, if anything, the entity or person must provide to the task force in response to the subpoena. This process could take several months, and it could take longer if there is an appeal. There are legal limits on subpoena power. The limits are ultimately determined by the court in an enforcement lawsuit if it comes to that. The court could determine that the information sought was not reasonably relevant or pertinent or material to the task force's mandate. A court could also determine that certain legal privileges allow the subpoenaed entity or person to decline to disclose certain information. For example, there's a privilege against self-incrimination, though that would not extend to corporations or corporate custodians of record. And there is the attorney-client privilege, the spousal privilege, or other evidentiary privileges that would apply. So in conclusion, that's a brief introduction to the power to subpoena, what subpoenas can include, what you can obtain through subpoenas. And now there are some decisions for the task force to make. The task force must decide whether or not subpoenas should in fact be utilized. There are choices for developing the subpoenas. Pursuant to Government Code Section A301.3 and AB 3121, the task force can delegate this authority to determine how a subpoena should be drafted, what it should be included, what it should seek, to one member who can work with our staff in the development and issuance of the subpoenas. Pursuant to that same subdivision, the task force can create a subpoena subcommittee for the purpose of decision-making on subpoenas. This subcommittee would also be subject to the Bagley-Keene Act's open meeting requirements, or the task force can handle the subpoenas as a whole body. If the task force chooses to handle subpoenas as a whole body, but still wishes to delegate to a smaller group in order to develop the subpoenas outside of the task force's meetings, so as not to utilize time in the meetings, the task force is able to vote to have two members serve on a subpoena advisory committee. These two members could work to put the subpoena together, including making decisions as to the scope and content of the subpoena, but the final proposed subpoena would need to come before the full task force in a regularly scheduled open meeting as an agendized item for final approval by the full task force for issuance on behalf of the task force. This would save the time of developing and crafting the subpoena in the meeting, but still, if the task force doesn't delegate to one member or to a subcommittee of up to 4 members, this is how this is a more efficient way that the task force could choose to handle this as a whole body. Finally, once those decisions are made, the decisions that remain are who or what entity should be subpoenaed and what information will you be seeking to obtain. That concludes my presentation, and I refer back to the chair for the discussion, or if there are any questions for me.
Thank you, Mr. Newman, for the presentation. Now, I would like to facilitate a discussion amongst the task force members regarding the materials on the subpoena power and the questions that Michael Newman posed towards the end of the conversation, not necessarily the questions about who or what entity we are looking to subpoena or what information that we would like to obtain from those entities or individuals, but more of the preliminary questions about, in the event that we do utilize this power, what would be the structure by which we do that? So again, thank you, Michael, Mr. Newman, for coming up with some creative ideas. So to summarize, there could be one individual task force member who is assigned to facilitate the work around subpoenas with the DOJ staff. There could be a subcommittee of 2 or more members, with the caveat that such subcommittee would still have to be adhered to Bagley-Keene provisions, or would the task force like to cover subpoenas as a body, as a whole, as a 9-member body? And so does any task force member have any strong opinion as to what's more preferable? If so, please feel free to share. Member Tamaki, you're recognized. You're on mute, Member Tamaki.
In determining the how the subpoena is to be shaped and what the contents of it would be, it seems that there would be a discussion containing confidential information as to the strategy of the task force and what is being sought and what possible defenses there might be to the subpoena. If it's a private entity, they would have the right to quash it if they successfully assert certain privileges. And so if a subcommittee is formed that's subject to the Bagley-Keene, then that becomes a public meeting, right? So there probably wouldn't be an attorney-client privilege there. And so I'm just struggling with how that would be done if it's done by a subcommittee or the task force as a whole. It seems to me that the way to do this is for the task force to identify the target, and then one person for the task force would work with the DOJ to fashion the subpoena. But maybe the other litigators on the task force, might have a comment. Lisa or Camila, you might have a different opinion, but just thinking out loud, that seems to be an issue.
Yeah, I agree, because there is this whole deliberative process that should be privileged. And maybe the DOJ, Michael, can weigh in on what is available to protect that deliberative process, whether we could have a closed session if we did form a subcommittee.
Sure. Chair Moore, would you like me just to respond?
Yes, sorry, I got distracted. Please mute if your mic are on. But yes, Mr. Newman, please respond. I was going to say I'm no longer a litigator. I moved on to transactional work, so I'm probably not the best person. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. So I'm sorry, Member Holder, you're asking about closed session. That's correct? So in our internal discussions with the experts in our office on some of these issues, including Bagley-Keene, the closed session, in order to go to closed session on a reasonable expectation of litigation, it is our preliminary understanding that that would need, again, a reasonable expectation that litigation is going to occur. So for example, in this situation, if we've issued a subpoena and somebody has indicated that they're not willing to comply with a subpoena and we need to consider our options, those attorneys on the task force may be familiar with the meet and confer process. So if we are in a meet and confer process, and somebody is refusing to produce documents, and a decision needs to be made. Are we satisfied with what we got, or do we want to file a petition to enforce compliance with the subpoena? That would be a litigation decision, and we would be able to use closed session in order to have those discussions. But as you know, I can look into it and return back to the task force with a further analysis if there are different factors at issue, especially depending on what the task force decides in terms of proceeding. But at this juncture, simply putting the subpoena together and making the decision to issue it would not satisfy the requirements of reasonable expectation of litigation, anticipation of litigation discussions.
So this is a question that I posed to staff some months ago, but could you, Mr. Newman, could you provide clarity on the types of subpoena that we can utilize? Because, for instance, like a subpoena ducis tecum, that is a particular subpoena that is for the request of documents, which then the an entity can move to quash that subpoena. But can you just, because there's different levels, I would think, in terms of the inherent power, like a subpoena ducis tecum versus another type of subpoena. Can you explain?
So yeah, as you mentioned, there are a number of different subpoenas. The citations, for example, in our in the PowerPoint presentation that I just gave are to Government Code Section 11180, which is the administrative authority of the Attorney General or any other head of an agency. Those, for example, have their own procedures and are not subject to quash, but they are subject to a petition to enforce, which is the language that I've been using. So it really does depend. It'll depend on how we analyze the documents or information that we want to get, and what type of entity it is, and how we're collecting the information, and might differ depending on the different subject matters and targets. So that would be something that we would have to analyze, sort of in the process of compiling the subpoena. But again, if you'd like us to do an analysis of different potential types of subpoenas, just for the awareness of the members of the task force, or else we can, if the task force decides to take one of the other approaches, we can work directly with whoever is designated to work on this, to work through the different preferred types of subpoenas that we would issue.
Thank you, that was helpful. Does any other task force members have any comments or questions for Mr. Newman regarding this action item or this potential action item? And I want to say, tomorrow we meet again. And again, the last hour of the meeting, we will be talking about what will be on and, just to get a feel to decide which approach we want to do out of the 3 suggestions, right? Do we want one task force member to be assigned to this? Do we want to form a subcommittee? Should we deal with this as a 9-member body? Please let me know if we feel that we're in a space where we can decide upon one of those 3 approaches now, or if this is something that we want to discuss and in terms of an action item for tomorrow or even for the December hearing. Just putting that out there.
So I'm not well versed on subpoenas, but I'm wondering 2 things. One, and I know there's no typical, but if we had to force the issue, what's the typical time it would take to put together a subpoena, issue it, and then start negotiating with the entity that the subpoena is being sent to determine compliance and then get the information. Are we talking a few weeks? Are we talking months? Because I think that would help us to determine how judicious we need to be with invoking the use of subpoenas. So that's one question. And the second question, or the second point, is related to which method do we want to use? I would think, aside from the obvious, that someone with a legal background would probably do better to work with DOJ on crafting a subpoena. However, depending upon the nature of the subpoena, the type of information that's being solicited, it might make sense for a certain task member to be involved rather than another, because they have a particular understanding or knowledge of the subject matter and would know how to best shape what is being requested in that subpoena. So I'm not sure, and maybe we may need to be flexible about, how we approach that.
Mr. Newman, could you just provide a general overview based on maybe your previous experience, or just in general, was the timeline, the expected timeline potentially?
Sure, no problem. Generally speaking, and I'll start, this is all very general, obviously. Each individual subpoena could be completely different, depending on the cooperation of the subject of the subpoena. But starting from the time that, we issue the subpoena, obviously not factoring in however we get to the point of being authorized to issue the subpoena. Starting from the issuance of the subpoena, we would need to give the respondent a reasonable amount of time to respond. That can be 30 days, that can be 45 days. Part of that can also be, as I referenced earlier, a meet and confer process, where if we're asking for voluminous records, the person or the company or the entity that we sent the subpoena to will say, I can get you certain things in 30 days, I can get you some more things 15 more days later, I can get you some more things another 15 days. And so we would work out a timeline. Generally speaking, again, if they're cooperating and we're talking about a lot of documents, that production could take place over the course of months. Where probably 30 days would be the shortest amount of time. And, if they're cooperating and producing documents, it could be a long time. They could keep producing batches for a while. And then, theoretically, if they don't want to respond and we're at 30 days pass and 60 days and they're still not willing to, and we come to the point where we want to initiate litigation, we'd have to file the petition. We could ask the court to expedite the process, which is for non-attorneys, it's an ex parte application. We'd have to justify why. Obviously, the task force has a limited amount of time in which to conduct its business. So we could ask the court. The court can say no. The court can say yes or no. And then we would have to sort of make our case to the court. That hearing could be scheduled, it could take place pretty immediately, or it could be delayed on the court's calendar, depending on the court, how busy the courts are. They tend to be pretty busy right now. So I would maybe estimate, that's going to be at least probably 6 weeks. If we win on our petition, as I mentioned in my PowerPoint presentation, the respondent to the subpoena could then appeal, and those appeals can take a long time. And in reality, if it goes up on appeal and it gets appealed, unless we get sort of an extraordinarily expedited appellate process, it would take many, many months, probably in the realm of a year. So I hope that answers the question on timing. If you have any other specifics, please do. On the question of, methodology or anything like that, we obviously in the DOJ defer to the task force's decisions on those.
That
Vice Chair
definitely.
Brown, were you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to say that definitely answered my question. It's what I suspected, which means that if we are going to do any subpoenas, we probably want to do sooner than later in our process.
Yes, I agree, Member Grills. Member Brown, were you trying to speak or no? Probably no. You're okay now. Okay, so we have 5 minutes left for this agenda item. Again, this was listed as a potential action item, so we don't necessarily have to take action on this item at this very moment. Again, we have space and opportunity to come back tomorrow and discuss this towards the later half of our hearing. We can also, agendize this for December as well, or we can take a formal vote as to which approach we want to take, after some deliberation and thought between now and November, or we can, decide to do this now, or even tomorrow. I'm just putting out there some different ideas. But at this time, would any task force member like to entertain a motion regarding this potential action item? Also want to give space for that. Okay.
I think it's probably helpful to give people a day or so to think about how they want to operationalize. Maybe we can revisit it tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. It's a lot to think about and to strategize through. So I think that would be best where, as an assignment for all of us, we can think through this later on this evening and come back tomorrow and figure out our next steps. Does that sound good for everyone? Is there any opposition to that proposal? Okay, great.
Can I ask a
Okay.
question more?
Yes,
So one
member.
question I have is the more practical. Is there a particular industry or company or specific thing that, for example, is needed in order to assist in the calculation of damages that the task force would be very interested in issuing the subpoena on? Could you do, without disclosing anything too deeply, that I would probably prefer would be discussed with the DOJ outside of a public meeting, but is there a specific issue or interest in mind?
When we've had the scholars speak, I've raised this issue, like what industries would be on their wish list for a subpoena, and I know that some of the responses, perhaps had to do with banking, predatory lending, realty, the realty industry, and some of the predatory housing processes we've talked about. So those are certainly at the top of the list, the banking and the real estate industry. But again, this is a strategic process, so I think we only want to disclose so much on the front end.
Right, I have the same thoughts as Member Holder. For example, this morning, one of my questions would have been, what would have been on the wish list around housing and education, because, well, for many reasons. There are pieces of information that could help document the damage in both education and housing, including like specific realty companies, as well as governmental entities.
Vice Chair Brown? You're on mute. You're
These redevelopment agencies, records maybe, should be subpoenaed as to how they have dealt with these nonprofit developments that were established by faith communities 50 years ago. And secondly, how that lottery system has worked adversely against the interests of the Black community and caused the decrease of population in many of our urban communities.
I would also think we would want to look at insurers. Theoretically, most of the documents from the time of slavery should be public record, but I don't think that's the case. So, insurance agencies that still exist today existed 300-400 years ago, and were insuring the ownership of human beings as property. So we may want to think about focusing on insurance agencies to get some of that antiquated documentation to see,
Thank you. And I just have one quick clarifying question for Mr. Newman. So in the presentation, it was stated generally that, the powers most likely will be prescribed to, entities and policies that have an impact on California residents. So like there's an implication that, if there's entities outside of California, it may be hard to reach them in terms of our subpoena power unless we can find a finding that their policies have impacted California residents in some way. But my question is, well, I guess it comes down to lawyering, but my question is, can federal governments also be a part of the scope in terms of federal government entities? Could that be part of the scope of our subpoena power if we can kind of make that argument, right? That federal government policies have impacted California residents in some way?
There's a few different questions in there, which sorry. Does the chair recognize me to answer the question?
Yes, you're right.
Sorry. I just jumped right in. So there's a couple of questions in there, which I'll try to answer quickly with the limited time. So first is the task force, the AB 3121 made clear with regard to being able to get documents from the state. Our ability to effectuate a subpoena or assert any kind of control over the federal government is limited, and we'd have to do an analysis as to whether there are whether there are ways whether there are different entities of the federal government that may be governmental entities or quasi-governmental entities. More likely, there would be avenues such as the Freedom of Information Act or requests or other things that we could consult with you on as your attorneys in terms of ways of getting documents through that way. To your question about entities outside of California, we would have to do an analysis of it's sort of case by case. We'd have to look at the entity we'd be subpoenaing and what their contacts are, and ultimately the decision, as I mentioned, would be with the courts. If we end up trying to enforce it, that it would be and they resist, then it would be a decision from a judge that would make the ultimate determination.
Okay, thank you. Are there any last comments or questions from task force members, Mr. Newman, regarding this topic? Okay, if not, we will table this discussion for tomorrow. I'll make sure that we bring this discussion up tomorrow so that we can get to the action item. So again, in terms of what we should do between now and tomorrow, continue to ponder as to which approach you think the task force should take regarding our subpoena power. Do we want to assign one particular task force member work with the DOJ to formulate these subpoenas? Do we want to form a subcommittee of sorts, which will be, you know, we have to respect back-in provisions in order to do that? Or do we all want to address the subpoena power topics as a 9-member body? So that's something that we have to ponder upon this evening so that we can have a more informed and robust discussion tomorrow.
Madam
So
Chair.
now, yes,
Madam Chair.
you are
Yes.
recognized.
Thank you. You are seeking to move this to an item on the agenda for tomorrow. I just checked the agenda and it's not listed as an item that you can discuss tomorrow. You can today set either a subcommittee and have that discussion and place it on December's agenda where your committee can report out. But there's nothing on tomorrow's agenda that allows for this to be moved to that date as an action item.
Okay, Parliamentarian Johnson, I was under the understanding that this could be discussed in agenda item 18, which is the agenda for the December.
You can discuss it, right? You can discuss it tomorrow as an agenda item for the 18th, but you can't vote on it tomorrow as, you know, as an action of what you're going to do, because you have to follow the Bagley-Keene Act and, you know, and make sure that it's noticed for the appropriate time. But you can act on it tomorrow to determine if you're setting it for an agenda item for the December meeting. See what I mean?
Yes, yes. So I'm clear on the second suggestion. So if we decide to, in the last hour of tomorrow, put this on the agenda for December so that we can discuss this on the agenda. But I do want clarity as to, are you offering a suggestion for if we do not want to lay this for December? Can you repeat what the suggestion is?
Okay, my suggestion is that today it's on the agenda for action, an action as to whether or not you're going to move forward. This is the same thing that you were earlier discussing as to whether or not you're going to have a subcommittee where you can discuss with the Attorney General what you want to do in terms of setting forth a, you know, a particular subpoena, whether or not you want a deuces taken, whether or not you want an action for a person to come in to do a personal subpoena, whatever action you want to take, so that between now and December, your subcommittee can meet and you can have that full discussion, report back to the December meeting, you know, place it on the December meeting, and then state what your subcommittee has come up with. They can have a full discussion of that at that time and vote on what action you want to take in terms of the subpoena. But in the meantime, between now and then, you can today vote on having a subcommittee or one person, however you want to do, whatever you want to do in order to get the action for the full body at the December meeting. Does that work for you?
Okay. Yes, so your suggestion is that we take action on this item now, because that's what allows.
Yes.
Okay, that's what you're
right.
saying. Okay.
right. I know.
No problem. Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson, for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Okay, so
Ms. Holder is seeking your attention.
Member Holder, you're recognized.
I'm just going to put this out there as a suggestion, and I certainly don't want to volunteer anyone, but I think I'm a litigator very actively. Dawn is a litigator pretty actively. I'm happy to work with Dawn on these issues. People are comfortable with that. If Dawn is comfortable with that, but I would just put that out there as a possibility.
That's fine. I mean, the two of us, my understanding is not a subcommittee, and then our communications would not be subject to public disclosure, which would be a problem, I think, in crafting subpoenas or even talking about potential targets. So that's fine. You know, I'm not actively litigating to the extent I used to, but be happy to talk to and work and support Lisa Lisa's leadership on this, and happy to assist.
Okay, thank you, Member Tamaki. So I have a question for Member Holder. Do you all, well, what is your opinion about adding another member responding to Tamaki's concerns about the trade-offs between a 2-member versus maybe another? Does that make sense?
I have very similar concerns. I do think that this is a very strategic process when you're talking about when you're talking about issuing subpoenas, and I would feel more comfortable doing this in a closed session if that were a viable option. It doesn't sound like it is. So I think a 2-person committee that doesn't implicate Bagley-Keene may be a way to move forward.
Okay, thank you for that.
I'd like to offer motion that a 2-member committee would handle the matter.
Yes, Mr. Newman, were you trying to say something?
Yes, Chair Moore, sorry, that was a sort of a reaction response, inadvertent reaction, but if I may be recognized just to clarify and take this back to the presentation I provided before, may I speak for just a moment?
Yes, you're recognized.
Thank you. So if you look at it, the slide doesn't have to be put back on, but if you'll reference the final slide, I referenced the task force can handle subpoenas as a whole body, and then I mentioned in my remarks that can be accomplished by, I think, what Parliamentarian Johnson mentioned and what Member Holder and Member Tamaki are talking about, which is an advisory committee that works on the subpoena and would work on the subpoena. And then to Parliamentarian Johnson's point can be agendized tomorrow for return back to the full task force for determination by the full task force for action through an action item. So that is right in line with what I mentioned in my presentation and in response to an earlier question I believe I had from one of the members.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Newman. Now I'd like to recognize again Vice Chair Brown. Could you please restate the motion?
The motion that I was making is that would be a 2-member committee that would work on the matter and come back with the plan of action for the December meeting.
Would you like to name who those 2 members may be? Is that necessary?
So that would be left up to you, the chair.
Okay, so it has been, there's a motion on the floor to create a 2-member committee to discuss the subpoena power and for those 2 members to come back and to share some of their work for the December hearing. Is there a second?
I will second, Chair.
Okay, it has been properly moved and seconded that a 2-member advisory committee is established to preliminarily discuss the task force subpoena power. Is there any discussion on this matter? Well, in terms of discussion, I will say, it's great that we have volunteers who are experienced and, have expressed interest in doing this work. So definitely think the committee should be comprised of Member Holder and Member Tamaki. Is there any other further discussion on this matter? Hearing no further discussion, I will now turn it to Parliamentarian Johnson, who will turn to Ms. Belton so that a roll call vote may be established.
Yes, Ms. Belton, would you please call the roll for the vote?
Thank you, Chair Moore and Parliamentarian Johnson. We will go in order. Chair Moore, your vote, please.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Dr. Brown? I'm sorry, Vice Chair, I didn't hear you. Vice Chair Dr.
Aye.
Brown votes aye.
Aye.
Senator Stephen Bradford? Dr. Cheryl Grills?
Aye.
Dr. Cheryl Grills votes aye. Lisa Holder?
Aye.
Lisa Holder votes aye. Assemblymember Reginald Jones Sawyer?
Aye.
Assemblymember Reginald Jones Sawyer votes aye. Dr. Javon Scott Lewis?
Aye.
Dr. Javon Scott Lewis votes aye. Don Tamaki?
Aye.
Don Tamaki votes aye. Councilmember Monica Montgomery Stepp?
Aye.
Councilmember Monica Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Madam Chair, on the motion,
didn't hear
there are 8
Bradford.
members.
This is Bradford. I did not hear my name called. This is Steve Bradford. I did not hear my name called.
Senator Bradford, your vote, please.
Aye.
Senator Bradford votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting and 9 aye votes.
Thank you, Ms. Belton. The vote was 9 ayes and 0 nays. The ayes have it and the motion carries. Thank you. So we have established that there will be an advisory committee of sorts that will begin to start the work regarding our subpoena power and our strategy behind that. And we'll make sure to discuss this again tomorrow in agenda item 18 to make sure that we agendize this discussion for the December hearing. Thank you, Mr. Newman and Parliamentarian Johnson, for your assistance and work on agenda item number 9. Now we will go to agenda item
Madam
number
Chair,
10.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, did you name the 2 members of the committee?
Member Lisa Holder and Member Don Tamaki will be a part of that advisory committee.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, now we will move to agenda item number 10, which is an information item, Department of Justice updates. Mr. Newman, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair Moore, for acknowledging DOJ staff so that we may provide this update. We have a number of items to cover, so I'll go through it and then be available to answer questions. With today's DOJ update, I have, as I mentioned, numerous specific items to address in response to concerns raised in the last meeting or by members directly with our office or by members of the public in communications with our office. Before I do that, I would like to first share that our Chief Deputy Attorney General, Venus Johnson, had hoped to have been able to attend and speak as part of our DOJ update, but was unfortunately not able to do so today. I would like to start by saying that on behalf of the numerous members of the DOJ team working to support the task force in carrying out its important work in this landmark effort, we are eager to move forward together at the direction of the task force. And I welcome this opportunity to provide some information to the members and to the public and to seek direction from the task force as a whole as we move forward. There were some questions raised at the end of the last task force meeting in September and in subsequent questions and comments to the DOJ regarding concerns about the DOJ making unilateral decisions, including relating to witnesses and agenda items. I would like to assure both the members of the task force and the public that this is not the case, and we view our sole role here as to support the task force in executing on its landmark opportunity to shape the national conversation around reparations, and to do so in a way that fully complies with the procedural requirements in which we are operating. Specifically, I'd like to assure you that the DOJ is not and will not be making any final decisions or making any decisions whether something should or should not be agendized, unless adding or removing a particular agenda item would violate the Bagley-Keene Act. It is within the task force's power to revisit the overall public hearing plan that it voted to adopt at any time, as well as the agenda for each meeting, as we've just been discussing during the agenda setting discussion of the prior meeting by a vote of the full task force. And we will, of course, execute on this direction. Additionally, I'd also like to provide some more information regarding the selection of witnesses for each meeting of the task force. At this point, I can confirm that for this meeting and moving forward, all witnesses are coming through the task force members themselves, even where potential witnesses recommended by task force members are not available for meetings. DOJ staff is working with task force members to elicit additional recommendations to fill gaps in various subject matter areas. We have now circulated names and information for over 150 potential witnesses. We are actively seeking additional suggestions in advance of each meeting and as we work through the agenda setting for each meeting with the chair and the vice chair. I believe there was a suggestion in the last meeting relating to the delegation to a member of the task force. As we just talked about, the task force has the ability to delegate to one member the authority to do something on behalf of the task force. And I believe there was a suggestion in this regard in the last meeting to work with us to direct us and facilitate the vetting of potential witnesses. We would certainly welcome that if the task force were so inclined, given the significant work it takes to track down, communicate with, and confirm the availability of the numerous potential witnesses that, as you see, we have in each of these meetings. But on behalf of the DOJ, perhaps most importantly, I apologize for any miscommunication or misunderstanding on the part of anybody as to the setting of the agenda or the coordination of witnesses for these meetings, and especially am regretful that this communication distracted in any way from the very impactful testimony the task force heard or the critical task with which the legislature has entrusted this task force, which is the guiding principle of all of our work. In addition to these broader issues, there have been several other issues raised, which I will respond to now in order that the task force as a whole be able to address these items as a group and ask questions of me about these items and make a decision as to whether to act on the items. First, we have been asked about holding meetings of the task force on Saturdays. If the task force as a whole directs us, we'll conduct an analysis and provide a report at the next meeting regarding the feasibility of Saturday meetings. As you all know, these meetings are set in advance according to the dates on which the most task force members are available pursuant to a group calendaring poll in order to ensure a quorum. Based on your instructions, we'll be including Saturdays as an option for members to select in setting future meeting dates. Beyond the task force holding meetings on Saturdays, we are also hopeful that the community engagement plan that the task force has voted to implement will provide an extensive opportunity for the public to be engaged in all aspects of the eventual report and recommendations of the task force. We've also discussed the conclusions and reports that the task force will be generating. First and foremost, we look to the task force members to draft the conclusions that will guide the final reports of this task force. We in the DOJ are here to support the crafting of the final reports at the direction of the task force. As I mentioned in the earlier presentation on subpoenas, the task force will need to make decisions about how the report drafting should be handled. As with subpoenas, the task force has a number of options. First, I don't want to repeat myself, but I will, just so you have all the information again and how this would work in this context. The task force can vote to set up one or more report drafting subcommittees of 3 or 4 members each, which would be governed by the Bagley-Keene Act and would have to handle their report drafting and compiling process in public, but which would be able to make final determinations and would not require time to be utilized during the meetings of the full task force. Second, the task force can vote to assign members of the task force to advisory committees of 2 members, just like we just did with regard to setting the subpoenas with members Tamaki and Holder. The task force can set up advisory committees of 2 members to take on different components of the report. And if you choose that approach, those 2 advisory committee members would be able to work directly together on the drafting of the report, and then would need to bring the final drafts back to the task force for final review, comment, and approval by the task force as a whole which would require time during a regularly scheduled task force meeting. Finally, the task force could vote to designate individual members to handle the various components of the report and have the components of the report come back to the full task force for review and final votes to approve. If the task force would prefer, you can agendize this issue for the next meeting or future meeting, and we can send the board more information regarding all of these options. Again, when I'm finished, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have regarding any of these options. I have just a couple more specific issues. We have received numerous press inquiries regarding the important work of this landmark task force. The DOJ cannot speak for the task force. So again, you may want to consider either designating a member to serve as a press liaison for the task force, or this could be or may already be envisioned to be something that the communications consultant that Member Grills is coordinating through the community engagement plan would handle. Alternatively, if you do not wish to designate a member, then we can provide the inquiries to the task force in the meeting materials, and the task force can handle them as a group during future meetings. Finally, we have been asked for clarification regarding the availability of various types of accommodations for those seeking to engage with the work of the task force or to provide public comment. I encourage any member of the public seeking any kind of accommodation, clarification, or the opportunity to provide input to contact us at reparationstaskforce@doj.ca.gov. Again, reparations task force, all one word, at doj.ca.gov. All requests for accommodation will be evaluated as quickly as possible according to the applicable standards for accommodation, and we will be in communication with the requesters to ensure they are aware of the handling and status of their requests. The Blue Jeans platform, as well as the DOJ website that hosts the Reparations Task Force's information, both have a number of accessibility features built into them that should also allow for members of the public to have access to all information and to engage with the task force fully and equally, a principle to which the DOJ is fully committed. With that, I thank you very much, Chair Moore, Vice Chair Dr. Brown, and the members of the task force, providing an opportunity for the DOJ to clarify our role in supporting this task force. And I welcome any follow-up questions from any members of the task force about anything I have discussed or anything that I have not addressed the task force members wish to seek clarity on. Thank you.
Member Holder, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair Moore, and thank you, Mr. Newman. That was very comprehensive. I do have a question. We've heard a number of public comments regarding the closure of the chat room, and some frustration since that seemed to facilitate engagement. We understand some of the current concerns raised by the DOJ, but it does seem that there is balance of interests that should be taking place. I wanted to get your feedback on that.
Yes, I'm sorry, and I forgot to mention the chat function that was on my list. So I'll tell you, we have also heard from members and the public about the availability of the chat function in Blue Jeans. This function was inadvertently and accidentally activated in the initial meeting of the task force. As many noted, the comments in the chat were in some instances inappropriate and hurtful. The task force as a whole previously voted to have public comment handled at the beginning of each meeting day with expanded time for each commenter. The chat function is a different outlet for public comment, which for free speech purposes cannot be moderated once it is activated. Ultimately, the decision of whether to have the chat function active in meetings conducted on Blue Jeans is the task force's to make, not ours. And so in order to resolve this question, we would defer to the task force members to provide direction on this function's availability during meetings, including whether to agendize the issue for discussion and action in a future meeting. In other words, whether to turn it on.
Okay, so in other words, this is something that we can bring up tomorrow at the last hour. We can, put this on the agenda for December, a discussion on opening the live chat feature and taking any action on that in the December hearing. Yes, so I had a clarifying question, and this relates to the press inquiries. So yes, as you stated, we have received numerous press inquiries. Some of them, or many of them, we have missed because the meeting materials, come at a certain time, and so I just for transparency, I've asked DOJ staff to elevate press inquiries so that we are not missing anything. I think that, any press inquiries at this point should be sent to Vice Chair Brown and myself. But in the event, not to say that me and Vice Chair Brown will take all the interviews, but as Vice Chair and Chair, we could field them. But if we need to put this on the agenda for December, we can discuss that tomorrow as well. Just putting that out there that, this is very important work and we can't afford to miss a press inquiry because the emails aren't being monitored or elevated in a timely manner. Are there any other questions or comments from the task force members related to the update from the DOJ?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair Brown.
I want to acknowledge your leadership and Mr. Newman's leadership in ironing out the concerns. And we have done what we do when we have a wrinkle in our shirt or our blouse. We don't throw the blouse or the shirt away if there are wrinkles. We meet the task of ironing it out. And I think everything has been ironed out as regards the work of this task force.
Absolutely. Yes, thank you for that. I would agree. Great progress has been made, and we are optimistic about the future of this work. So thank you for that offering, Vice Chair Brown. Are there any other questions or comments that could be directed to Michael Newman at this time? Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Moore. Mr. Newman, I really appreciate your input. And, I can only speak for myself, but I think this task force has actually accomplished a lot. And the witnesses have been riveting and substantive and really good. The DOJ has produced 6 of 12 outlines, which I find to be comprehensive and very good. Maybe other task force members might have a different opinion, but my impression of the outlines and the materials so far have been really excellent. And most of the footnotes are very well, most of the outlines are well footnoted and well referenced. And so the amount of research that has gone into them is an enormous amount of work. I would expect that the report itself might end up to be 1,000 pages or longer, maybe 2,000. And so just to add to the discussion, we can't be successful without a good working relationship with the Department of Justice. So I really appreciate DOJ's efforts and your effort. I'm wondering if we could facilitate a little bit more communication from the task force. Right now, the burden has fallen on Chair Moore and Vice Chair Brown, which, I want to extend my appreciation for that. But Bagley-Keene, by the same token, prevents Chair Moore, for instance, from calling me or calling any of the task force members, because it then triggers basically an illegal meeting. And so to deal with that and maintain the purpose of Bagley-Keene, but to ameliorate the blockage of the information flow, I'm wondering if someone from the DOJ could be assigned as a liaison to the task force to actually communicate to each of the task force members in between the meetings, so we have additional flows of information. So things like the witnesses and the agenda and subpoenas and other discussion, other task force members could be more fully informed. And so we come to these meetings, better prepared. And I think that would help the information flow. It means a lot more work for the DOJ, I know. But I think because of the structural, legal requirements of Bagley-Keene, I can't think of another way to increase the information flow to the other task force members, because on some of these issues we've been kind of necessarily in the dark because of the barriers. And if you might respond to that, I would really appreciate it.
Chair Moore, may I respond? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Newman, you are recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Tamaki. And I think you've hit on the key issue. This task force has met exclusively virtually. Many people may never have met, and certainly you have not had a chance to meet in person the numerous staff that have put in, innumerable hours working on the task force, both the report and facilitating the meetings, the witnesses, many witnesses. And so I agree with you that that's something that we see on our end too, and we do commit to in making sure that there is increased communication, consistent communication between the meetings with all the task force members. I probably am not in a position right now to designate a particular person as I sit here, but I hear you. Obviously, as you've seen, I have been engaging in communication, and that'll probably continue in the short term. But I do anticipate that we'll figure out a long-term solution that will make sure that each of the members are briefed, are aware what's happening in the meeting, have an opportunity to weigh in, ask us questions. Maybe so the DOJ updates don't need to be as long and detailed, and you'll have the information before we present it, or in anticipation, background information, so that you're ready for the meetings. So I definitely think that is something that is already hopefully happening. Hopefully everybody feels like that's already happening and will continue to occur. One-on-one conversations with members of the task force.
I have one more comment about the conclusions. So may I continue on that point?
Yes, Dr. Tamaki, Member Tamaki, yes.
Elevated me to doctor. I like that. With respect to the conclusions, Mr. Newman, you sort of delineated three pathways, and one was the task force can set up a subcommittee, which would be subject to Bagley-Keene. Of three or more, 2 members could be assigned to take on the report writing and this sort of thing, or the task force could delegate to a specific member. I guess there's a fourth option, and I wanted to know if the other task force members too have a thought on this. When we talked about sort of this bifurcated process of findings and conclusions, I don't think we had in our possession yet the outlines. And then since then, the next meeting, certainly by September, we had 4 of the outlines, which were very I think, comprehensive. We got another 2 outlines covering healthcare and racial violence. And so they're filled with findings and conclusions. I mean, they're there. So, I mean, one option would be for the task force as a whole to read them and comment as to anything that they think is not comprehensive enough, not detailed enough, or inaccurate, or missing, or wrong. You know, the only reason I raise this is each of the task force members are extremely busy. If analyzing, and should we instead rely on the expertise of the historians, the PhDs, the experts, and the attorneys that are, you know, dedicated to this process, that are producing drafts, which are already contain both findings and conclusions for us to then weigh in on. You know, of course, I defer to the judgment of the task force, but just an observation, it seems to me there's a 4th option for us.
Chair Moore, may I speak?
Yes, Member Grills.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what Member Tamaki just said regarding these conclusions, that I think that it still would be a product that has our seal of approval, our input, our edits, our additions, but that we let the DOJ staff do the initial draft that we can then respond to and contribute to, and including deleting things that we think may not actually fit. I just feel like, you know, having worked on other commissions, that's the typical way things are done, and it doesn't represent that the supporting body, in this instance DOJ, is in fact driving the train. It's more about how we are efficiently developing and delivering the product that we are charged with developing. Did we lose Chair Moore?
Yes, I'm on my phone. Oh.
It looks like we lost a few people.
They're frozen. No.
Okay, I'm back now. I should be good. Sorry, Member Grills. I did not hear your question or comment.
Oh my. Okay. So I was simply agreeing with the recommendation that DOJ actually draft these documents, these components of what will be our findings and conclusions. And that does not stop us from editing, adding to, deleting to that document, but it just feels like it would be a more efficient way to do the work at hand. And it is not uncommon. In fact, I tend to see this as more the way it's typically done on commissions and task forces.
Does that mean, for instance, so the September hearing, the DOJ staff sent us some draft findings. For the October hearing, they also sent us some additional draft findings. And our task was to come up with conclusions based on those findings. So based on I guess, Member Tamaki and Grills offering, would that mean we would no longer be drafting the conclusions?
It means that we would let DOJ finish the process and document the conclusions, and then we could then weigh in on what they have drafted, making recommendations for changes, either inclusion, exclusion, refinement, nuancing, etc.
Yeah, just to add to that, Chair Moore, sorry, just to add to that, I found the evidentiary findings pretty scant as compared to the outlines themselves that go on for many pages. And so I was having difficulty wondering, well, why was this particular finding plucked out of a 50-page outline on a topic? And I looked at the outlines and they seem to be very comprehensive with respect to, and well footnoted, well researched evidentiary findings. And then on top of that, embedded in there are conclusions on literally every page about, the downstream consequences of segregation or Jim Crow or the rise of the Ku Klux Klan or generational trauma or whatever the subject is. And so, I mean, there are the findings plus the conclusions. So wouldn't it be really up to us to basically look at those, be comfortable with it, or revise them in a way that task force members, would deem fit? And I say that mainly because given that everybody's really extremely busy schedules, that, maybe there's a more efficient way of doing this, but yet still have it be the product of the task force, if that makes sense.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Parliamentarian Johnson, you are recognized.
Thank you. I'm suggesting that perhaps one of the members should make a motion once they've decided what they want, just to have them make a motion that can be acted on.
Would any task force member like to make a motion regarding this item, this discussion?
Okay, I'll try to frame it. I move that the task force charge the DOJ staff to draft both findings and conclusions that would then be reviewed and edited by the task force members.
Is there a second?
Second motion.
It has been properly moved and seconded that the DOJ staff will draft evidentiary findings and conclusions for then the findings and conclusions to be edited and approved and a final iteration by task force members. Is there any discussion on this?
I want to just point out,
Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
Thank you. Sorry. I'm really interested in how the other task force members feel about this. I know Lisa was very much concerned about the task force being in a position to draft those conclusions. And I want to make sure that everybody's comfortable with this. But my confusion, Chair Moore, is that the outlines themselves seem to contain both findings and conclusions. I mean, there they are to me. And so when we talk about evidentiary findings and conclusions, I don't think we're talking about a separate document. The outlines seem to be a roadmap as to the direction that the report is headed. It's a skeletal outline, but it's pretty darn detailed in terms of where it's going. It's pretty highly documented. It's pretty highly footnoted already. So to me, they look like evidentiary findings, and then at the conclusion of at the end of every section, there are conclusions and there's sub-conclusions. So without making this process more difficult, I'm just merely suggesting that DOJ continue to do what it does, and then the task force members, in exercising our diligence and our responsibility, make sure we review those outlines and are comfortable with the findings and conclusions.
And may I ask a clarifying question? I don't know, Chair Moore and Parliamentarian, am I permitted to ask a clarifying question on this discussion?
Yeah, I defer to Parliamentarian Johnson, but I think it's okay.
He wants to ask a question?
A clarifying question, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why not.
Okay. So Chair Moore, may I ask about the pending motion?
Yes, it's the motion that's pending. Go ahead.
So just to clarify, because there's been a couple of different things that have been discussed in terms of what we are doing and what we would do under this proposal. So we have three different documents, three different pieces of work product. Work product number one is the outlines that we've already started circulating. Work product number two are the findings, which in the original sort of setup for the task force, we were presenting findings, and then task force members were crafting conclusions based on those findings. That's the second work product. And then the third piece of work product is the report itself. And so I just would like to clarify, is the motion just that the DOJ should continue to complete the outlines that we have been circulating, and that those outlines would now substitute for the findings and conclusions? Or is the motion that DOJ should then proceed with the drafting of the report sections based on those outlines? And I hope you understand exactly why I'm asking that, because we would want to make sure that we're clear as to the particular work product the task force is instructing the Department of Justice to go ahead and prepare.
So Dawn, step in and help me with this, but I don't think it's either or, but both and.
Well, I hope that we can simplify this process. Again, when we set up the process, we didn't have the outlines in front of us, but now that the outlines have come rolling out in subsequent meetings, unless task force members want to correct me, I think they're pretty good. And so to me, they serve as both evidentiary findings and conclusions. I don't think the DOJ should proceed to use them for the report until the task force says they're good. You know, I think we need to read them and be comfortable with them. Those are the findings and conclusions, modify them as we want, but bless them, approve them, and then you could proceed on with the report. When the report comes out, it will also come out in draft form. Task force members may object or disagree with some of it and may want to revise things. And again, that's another avenue for task force members to have an impact on the final work product. But I think it just seems to me, rather than create separate evidentiary findings and ask the task force members to draft conclusions, to me, we've already got them. And again, I'm waiting for task force members to correct me if I'm wrong on that. I want to be corrected if I'm wrong, but that's my impression. Does that make sense, Member Grill?
Madam Chair, I think that Dag Newman is asking very clearly what changes in what they're doing now are you asking for? Currently, they're doing the outline. And if you identify exactly what they're doing now and how that changes from what you want, so that he's clear on what you're asking the staff to do. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, I'm trying to confirm. It sounds like what we're being asked to do is compile the outlines as we've been compiling them. The task force members review, edit, and approve those outlines. And once they're approved, then DOJ staff is being instructed to proceed with drafting of the section that corresponds with the outline. Then that section would come back to the task force for review, editing, and then the DOJ would compile, and then approval by the task force of the final work product. Is that, Member Tamaki, that's what you're laying out?
I'm suggesting that. I guess I would like to know, sorry, Dr. Brown, to interrupt, but just to complete the answer for Mr. Newman, I think we need to hear from you if that's not practical, but it just seems to me a lot of work has gone into the outlines. You've given them to us for a reason, which I presume is to read them and approve them. I think it's our job to look them over and then give you the green light to move it to the next iteration, which would be the beginnings of the report. Does that make sense, or is that going to create problems for DOJ?
Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
At the end of the day, nothing should go out representing this body without the body approving it. For me, it's very simple. And this process enables that. Does that make sense, Madam Chair?
Yeah, I think that's a common understanding, especially at this point. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. That definitely makes sense.
Well, that's it, and I don't see any need for any further discussion of it. It's clear in my mind.
Well, I think there's still some space for clarity. So I guess my question is to Member Tamaki somewhat and to Mr. Newman. So based on what I'm hearing, are you suggesting that the outlines become like the base, like working document essentially, that both the staff and task force members are working off of in the beginning, right? So like DOJ comes up with the outlines, they send it to us for review, we meet with them individually, talk about, additions, subtractions, things that, stuff like that. And then, they'll utilize that, revisions and put it into the written report. So that means that there would be, in your vision, no need for the staff to create draft findings or conclusions in the way in which they have done it so far. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, to me, the outlines contain both the proposed evidentiary findings and the proposed conclusions. And so I think it's up to the task force member to weigh in on them. And then to Dr. Brown's point, if we approve it, then the green light is, to pursue it. Now, the burden is on us to timely approve it and not hold up the show for the drafting. So that's why I'm asking Mr. Newman, is that workable? We have not had a discussion on the outline, but just to give you my feedback, as I said, I think they're pretty good. So I presume that because no one's objected, that other people feel the same way, but maybe I'm wrong on that. But I would presume that the outlines themselves serve as both the findings and draft conclusion for task force members to review and approve.
So yes, at this time, I would like to recognize Mr. Newman, but also task force members, if you all want to share, reasoning as to why, conclusions weren't submitted to the DOJ or the rationale behind that, maybe that could inform the discussion as well. But Mr. Newman, if you could answer Member Tamaki's question, but then also my question, a clarifying question, at this current iteration, what role in the eyes of the DOJ are the draft findings and the conclusions from the task force serving that is different from the outcomes of the outlines, if that makes sense?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Moore. So first, I would like to say to Dr. Brown, we completely agree. The reports, plural, that come out of the task force will exclusively represent the position of the task force, the majority of the members of the task force. And the final work product is the task force's work product. We are here to support the task force in compiling the information and producing a final work product and ultimately making the recommendations that the legislature calls for. So first, I would like to say I completely agree with the premise. Member Tamaki, the way this has been, the way that it's been laid out, which is no longer creating a separate findings document, and the task force members no longer having the obligation to generate their own conclusions, but instead utilizing the outlines that DOJ staff are preparing for each segment as the de facto findings and conclusions with the support, the factual and legal support. That's doable because that's what we've been doing. And I think to your point, the outlines have been really good, and we really want task force members responses to those. We really want the task force members to provide us recommendations or edits or suggestions, or if things are missing from the outlines, or if there are things in the outlines that the task force members think shouldn't be in there. So we definitely want that feedback. I think thus far we've gotten a limited amount of feedback. So we'd love to have feedback from every member of the task force on every one of these outlines. As you've mentioned, we've made our way through about half of the outlines, so we're still in the process of generating those outlines, but that is doable. That was our plan following the direction previously. So that is our plan, and that is doable. The next stage would be, I think, as it's laid out, the task force essentially voting to approve each outline to then move forward to the next stage, which is drafting of the final report sections. I think here is where Chair Moore, a little bit of clarity back from you. And you've asked me a question, and I'll ask you a question as well, which is in the way Member Tamaki's stated it is, DOJ would essentially take after the task force members have provided all the feedback on the outlines, DOJ would then take those outlines and DOJ staff would draft up a rough draft that would then be circulated back to the task force for the task force to then provide, just like the outlines, feedback, omissions, additions, things that should be deleted out. And then we would then generate a final iteration that would come back to the task force again. So it'd be the third time the task force would be seeing a piece of work product on the same topic for final voting and approval, and essentially adoption as the task force's own report. So that would be the task force. That would be what I'm hearing. And to your answer, Member Tamaki, that would be doable for us to complete that project, to complete the report in that staging methodology. Ideally, we would get some of the outlines, we'd do it progressively and not wait for all 12 outlines, so that we can start working on sections of the report that we already have circulated outlines on. Again, the first report needs to be out by June 1st. So we're just constantly mindful of that timing.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. Go ahead, Member Holder, you're recognized.
Yeah, it seems like we should go ahead and move forward with the motion. I think we are on the same.
We need to make sure that the motion is clear in terms of each step, so that it is not omitting something based on the conversation that was just held. So maybe if someone would restate the motion to make sure each step is in there, so that the task force review is clearly set forth and the edits are clearly set forth with respect to the outline and with respect to the approved outline and the rough draft of the report that is going to come out of that.
And then the final document.
And then the final document. So you want, thank you, Dr. Brown. So you want to make sure that your motion is clear, and that way you're giving very clear direction to the staff as to what you're expecting and what they will do, and what they're hoping, what they're asking you to do at each iteration, at each point. So it was to draft the outline and provide to the task force for review. Task force will review and edit the outline. They will then take an action item and approve that outline at their meeting and return it to the staff. And then the staff will use the approved outline and return it to the staff. And they will draft the rough draft of the report and return that to this to the task force, who will review that and approve it at a meeting, and then return that to the staff, and they will do the draft of the final report, which will be then approved by the task force, so that the task force at each point will be reviewing and editing or correcting whatever the work product that is done by the DOJ, and they will act to approve that. So you've taken an action item at each point that you're responsible for, because that's your report. Is that correct, Chairman?
That's it.
Yes, thank you for that, Parliamentarian Johnson. So at this time, any task force member like to restate motion?
Madam Chair, I can have a brief question. The motion is very clear. Steps that were given by Ms. Johnson.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not.
She's not a member of the task force.
Thank
but
you.
There is a motion. Cheryl's motion was on the floor.
If you want, I can amend it to reflect what was just stated, unless you have it, Don.
Again, maybe I could simplify the process. So bear with me. I'll make a motion. Member
So withdraw the first motion.
Okay. So the motion is that we dispense with this concept of evidentiary findings and conclusions as a separate mechanism for the DOJ to do. And then we
Dr. Mike, we have to properly withdraw the motion. So before we get to you saying your motion, I just wanted to make sure that Cheryl, Member Grills, withdraws her motion. It's procedural.
So I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, is there so there has been a motion to withdraw the previous motion. Is there a second?
No, just withdraw the second, and you could just withdraw the second, and as a consensus, you withdraw the motion, that will dispense with this. So she's withdrawn her motion. If the person who made the second withdraws their second, and then you can move forward.
Okay, Vice Chair Brown, were you the one who seconded Member Grill's motion? If so, can you please withdraw your second?
Yes, I did. I still don't know why I'm withdrawing it, because everything that Ms. Grill said is in my motion. I'm in my second.
Right, yes, we're withdrawing Member Grill's motion, and then we have to withdraw your second so that Member Tamaki can create a new motion. Okay, thank you. Member Tamaki, you are recognized.
So I move that the outline serve as the evidentiary draft, evidentiary findings and conclusions. That the task force members will, of course, be charged with reading and reviewing, and if they so desire, submitting edits, corrections, augmenting, improvements, additions, etc. The task force then, the DOJ takes whatever comments, incorporates them into the outline, and then produces, the task force approves the outlines as revised, and then uses that to produce the first rough draft of the report for that particular section. The task force has the opportunity then to review the rough draft of the report and use that as a basis of making any changes for the final version of the report. And we do that with every section of the outline. Both of the outlines that have been produced so far are the ones to come forward.
Is there a second?
A second.
It has been properly moved and seconded that the outlines serve as evidentiary drafts, findings, and conclusions. Task force members will then be tasked with editing, reviewing, offering amendments or additions and changes to each of the evidentiary draft findings and conclusions via the outlines. For then the DOJ staff to take feedback from all task force members on those revisions. For then the task force to then approve the outlines as revised, so that the revised outlines may be utilized to be for the first rough draft of the written report. And then there will be additional conversation related to the first rough draft of the report. And those additional conversations from task force members will be utilized as a basis for the final version of the report. And such process which will be done and recognized for each section of the report for each evidentiary outline. Is there any discussion on this matter?
Just a question, and it's more procedural, and that is there a preference by DOJ staff, if they can maybe let us know tomorrow, on how they want us to respond to the documents? For example, should we all do our edits and comments in track change mode, since we received the documents as a Word version?
Yes, we will confer, and tomorrow, if that's all right, we can, if that's procedurally acceptable, we can come back and provide that information, and also suggestions if anything needs to be agendized or included in next meeting's agenda, such as approval of the pending outlines in order to effectuate this and allow us to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other comments or questions? Okay. Hearing no further discussion, I'd like to turn it to Parliamentarian Johnson, who was in queue, Ms. Belton, for a roll call vote.
Ed Belton, would you please conduct a roll call vote on the motion?
Thank you, Chair Moore and Parliamentarian Johnson. We will vote in order. Chair Moore, your vote, please.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Dr. Brown?
Aye.
Vice Chair Dr. Brown votes aye. Senator Stephen Bradford? Senator Stephen Bradford? Dr. Cheryl Groves?
Aye.
Dr. Cheryl Groves votes aye. Lisa Holder?
Aye.
Lisa Holder votes aye. Assemblymember Reginald Jones Sawyer? Assemblymember Reginald Jones Sawyer? Dr. Javon Scott Lewis?
Aye.
Dr. Javon Scott Lewis votes aye. Don Tamaki?
Aye.
Don Tamaki votes aye. Councilmember Monica Montgomery Steps.
Aye.
Councilmember Monica Montgomery Steps votes aye. Madam Chair, on the motion, there are 7 members present and voting and 7 aye votes.
Thank you, Ms. Felton. There were 7 aye votes. The ayes have it and the motion carries. Now we will turn to the last item of our agenda, which is the conclusion. So we will recess until the next morning at 9 a.m. for the second day of the hearing. Thank you to members of the public for participating. Thank you to all task force members and the DOJ staff for this incredible effort thus far. In terms of things to ponder on for tomorrow's hearing for task force members, again, we have a adopted public hearing proposal that can be amended. So in the event that task force members would like to see particular items on the agenda for the December hearing or for future hearings, we can start being more intentional about thinking about what those amendments to the public hearing proposal could be. Also, something to ponder on for tomorrow, witness suggestions, witness names for the December hearing as well. Again, tomorrow we will be discussing racism and banking, tax, and labor, and we will also be discussing the racial wealth gap. And it should be a great hearing filled with much information and powerful personal testimony. So again, thank you all, and I hope you all have a great evening. This meeting is now in recess, and I will see you all tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you.